Oh my god. Yo, 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 yo. Bro. Uh, everyone drive home safely, but hold your breath, because dear Lord, man. Oh my god, man. The Bulls just, they did it. They did it, but oh god, that second half was specifically that fourth quarter, I guess, but Jesus, bro, there was some playing with fire when it comes to that fourth quarter, bro. But holy hell, good job, Vucevic. Vucevic is by far player of the game. We'll talk about him and completely negating the preseason worries that I had. Buzelis, I was so worried when he rolled his ankle, but he had some strong possessions to close the game. Hell of a game from him. I think is arguably the best two-way player of the Bulls tonight. Giddey had a hell of a first half, then got into foul trouble, but he made enough free throws to close it. But oh my god, I was like, guys, you can't blow this one, bro. You can't blow this one, because if you blew this one, like, it's an absolute disaster if you blew this one. But good job. Good job, guys. Good job, team. But yikes, man. I was so nervous when Ron Holland hit that three to tie it, bro. I was just like, oh no, like, it's over at that point. I legit thought it was so over at that point, because the Bulls they gave up the tie, but they did it. Holy crap. Shout out to everybody that was able to close that one, but yikes, bro. We got to talk about some things the Bulls did in this one that were some serious issues, but we'll obviously be talking about the positives in this game. Vucevic is a major positive. Buzelis showed up, man. Like, this was really good by Buzelis. I'm really happy with what I saw from him today. The three-point shot wasn't going down, but he still got to 20 points, still got 3 blocks, which was great to see. The bench did a good job, man. Dosunmu, I think, had 14. Herter, I think, had 13. Good job by the bench tonight. I'm really honestly surprised with how well the defense started for this Bulls team. That first quarter was probably the best defense we've seen from preseason into today's game, and I think it was honestly the only time we saw good defense, like, consistently throughout the quarter. But that lead was enough, and good job by the Bulls to make sure that they kept that lead and they didn't blow it at the end. But they blew it, but they won it. So we'll be getting everything done here and in this Bulls post-game stream. Thank you for all tuning in. Bulls are 1-0. Did not think this was gonna happen, honestly. The Pistons are a really solid squad, and the Bulls honestly shut them down in that first quarter, and that lead was what kept them ahead that entire game. So good job punching the Pistons in the mouth on opening night, but also on home court. Bulls did not do a good enough job of defending home court last season, and they came out and absolutely punched the Pistons in the mouth on opening night. So really good start there to this game. But before we get into it all, if you can hit the like button on the stream, please do. Helps me out a lot. I sincerely appreciate all the support from preseason into the season. So thank you guys so much for all the support here. So yeah, hit the like button on the stream. If you're new to the channel, like Bulls content, please subscribe. We're gonna be doing Bulls content all season long. We're gonna be doing post-game streams all season long as well. So please go ahead and do that. Also, if you have not been able to check out any of my OnTap Sportsnet articles, please go ahead and check those out. I'm gonna link my author article link into the chat here. So please go ahead and check out everything here when it comes to my Bulls content and everything. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. We got a Bulls win to talk about here that I honestly think it stems from this really good defensive quarter that we're gonna break down. Shout out to Isaac Okoro for being better defensively at the start of the game compared to what we saw in preseason, and the Bulls took it from there for most of the game. That fourth quarter, we gotta talk about some of the issues the Bulls had. There was some serious foul issues going on defensively. The defense started to break down, but they did it. God, bro, when it was initially a turnover by Giddey, I'm like, oh god, like, there were so many times where I thought the Bulls just absolutely blew it, but they held on at the end there. So good job. Like, Jesus, man, that was close. What's going on, Viper Strike? What's going on, Charles? I saw you. Oh God, who was it initially? I'm so sorry, I didn't see your name at first. Am I crazy? Did Gay just play a solid defensive, which played near average defense first quarter? I think the entire Bulls played a very above average defense that entire first quarter, honestly. The first 4 minutes were terrible though. After that, the last 8 minutes by the Bulls were mostly pretty good. They did a really good job of figuring out how to defend the pick and roll. That was giving them a lot of issues early on. We saw guys actually fighting over screens, and I'm talking about everybody, right? Like, everybody for the Bulls was fighting over screens, and they were making sure that they're switching on time, and it was really impressive to see. I was like, hey, this is what we need. It forced the Pistons to take some really tough shots in that first quarter. It was forcing the Pistons to have to throw it back out onto the perimeter, and guys that aren't really willing to shoot the basketball had to go ahead and shoot it. And so that first quarter was everything for the Bulls. They got the defense down. They took advantage of the misses for the Pistons in transition. We saw Vucevic get off to a great start, which was really key. He got some 2 baskets near the rim, which was honestly huge because Vuce was missing everything in preseason near the rim. He got that floater going early, and then he hit the 3-ball. So I guess maybe a Vucevic decline isn't in the cards for this season, but hell of a job honestly from Vucevic all game long. He was honestly playing some pretty solid defense against some pretty athletic centers tonight, and he was making life difficult for them, which is good to see. Position defense is probably his best when it comes to defense. It's definitely not shot blocking, but if he can position himself like how he did tonight, then you saw that he was able to force Duran and Stewart into some weird misses that they're probably not used to missing. So good job, man. This is exactly what we need to see. We'll break down some plays, unfortunately, where he was not doing well defensively in that fourth, but we'll talk about obviously the good early on. Duncan Robinson guarding the bargain version of himself for the play. Kevin shot over him for the 3 in the corner. Bro, Duncan Robinson had a horrific game. This was a terrible game from Duncan Robinson. So maybe I need to honestly jinx the best shooter for the opposing team from here on out, because I thought Duncan Robinson was going to come in and kill us. But this is a good job by the Bulls to not let him get some open looks. He definitely had some open looks that he missed, but we saw the Bulls doing a good job, especially Trey Jones, preventing from him getting like the wide open looks. And yeah, man, they I don't know what's up with them. Like, they're Pistons, they're paying him $17 million, so he has to figure it out, I guess. But good job. This was a good overall perimeter defense, especially early on. Trey Jones might be my favorite player. Trey Jones was so key in this game, man. Down the stretch, Trey Jones was everything. He did have that turnover. I won't lie, he had that one turnover with less than a minute to go, but he was everything down the stretch. Vuce played great defense early, not gonna lie, way above average for sure. Yeah, everybody deserves a round of applause for that defensive effort in that first quarter. We got a lot to break down in terms of good overall defense in the first quarter. I got a lot of film to look at tonight with you guys. Overall defied opening expectations in the first quarter. I mean, the quarter, yeah. The rest of the game, there was some points in that game, bro, that I was not happy with this Bull squad. But the first quarter did everything that they needed to do. So, yeah. Vuce keep playing. This Cardiac Bulls are back, bro. The Cardiac Bulls, I guess, are never gonna leave. I mean, bro, they should not have blown this lead. Like, I'm being dead serious. There's like honestly no reason for them to have blown this lead, but they did. But they got the win. But yeah, I guess no matter what, the Bulls are always gonna give us some sort of heart attack because, God, bro. There was a lot going on in that fourth. That was like, Jesus, we gotta do better than this, guys, please. Yeah. First off, Trey Jones did a good job down the stretch. He was initiating everything down the stretch for the Bulls, and he had that lob to Buzelis. He was making the right passes. He was penetrating the defense. Like, everything was Trey Jones to make sure that it wasn't an absolute collapse in the last 5 minutes. So shout out to him. He also had just an overall really solid game before that. And the Bulls don't win this one without him, like, easily. So shout out to Trey Jones yet again, proving his worth on this Bull squad. Giddey did enough at the end with those free throws. He missed some, but he did enough, so good job. But I was so concerned, man. Like, that almost turnover by Giddey is like the reason why Trey Jones was supposed to have the ball, like, down the stretch. And I'm just like, oh god, like the Bulls just like freaked out and they threw it in, they inbounded it way too early, and like we still had 2 timeouts, but I mean, it ended up being a foul. It was close, but it ended up being a foul. Thank God it was. But yeah, you hit the free throws just enough, and we are walking out of here with a hard fought, honestly, really gritty win by the Bulls, which I never thought I'd probably say about this squad. And it's early, so the physicality, I think, honestly, for the Bulls was good for the first half. Second half, we gotta talk, but they did a really good job in that first half to bring the physicality to Detroit, and Detroit was on their back heels early, and I'm really happy to see that finally from, like, it feels like it's been such a long time since this Bull squad has been like, okay, we're winning this game, not because we're playing fast or we're jacking up threes and making them all, but we're winning this game because we're out-rebounding the opponent, and we're playing solid defense early on, or I should say, like, winning the half, right? Like, that I feel like has not happened in such a long time. From this Bulls squad, and it happened early on in this game, and I'm like, okay, this is a breath of fresh air, honestly, when it comes to this specific squad. So shout out Billy, they did good. Billy nearly ruined it by letting Giddey get cold as the gap closed early fourth, so I'm not blaming Billy for that one, honestly. Giddey had 5 fouls early in that fourth quarter. He picked up his 5th foul extremely early with like 9 minutes left or 10 minutes left to go in the fourth or something like that. Giddey also had 4 fouls in the middle of the third quarter, which is why he got taken out in the middle of the third quarter as well. So I personally am not blaming Billy for that one at all. I think he handled Giddey properly because they needed him down the stretch, and he didn't let him check back in until with like less than 6 minutes or 7 minutes left to go, which is what you should be doing with a player with 5 fouls. So I honestly think Billy handled Giddey fine. Giddey needs to not get himself in some foul trouble where he picked up 2 offensive fouls that I think were completely unnecessary by him. I do think that maybe it was the wrong call, but we can't be picking up those fouls, man. It's just like the same way where it's like you committed the turnover, but like, yeah, maybe a foul call should have been like, it should have been a foul maybe, but we just gotta be smarter. And so I think honestly Billy did a good job. I don't normally praise Billy Donovan when it comes to a lot of things, but I think he did a pretty decent job in this game for most of it. Down the stretch was scary. There was definitely some lineups I wasn't happy with in the fourth, but I also am aware that Giddey has 5 fouls early, so there's limited options for him, honestly. Whenever I see Patrick Williams dribble, my expectations of it sink. Every game he seems to dribble off his foot. Yeah, Patrick had some bad turnovers this game. I appreciate the effort of like scrappiness. He didn't get that many rebounds, but I appreciate the fight in him, which I can't complain. He had some bad turnovers for sure. I'm definitely not here to say like, oh, Patrick Williams like was amazing tonight. No, he had some bad turnovers and some dribbles off his foot, but stepping out of bounds as well. But I'll take the fight, even if it does come with some turnovers that could definitely be avoided. Him like getting up to like look at Duran, right? Like that I'll take, and he fought for that rebound, and that's something I'll take from him. It's low expectations, I'm aware, but we'll take a fighting Patrick Williams any day of the week, honestly. I like that boost after the ankle. It went back down. Would have preferred caution knowing ankles don't hurt till the day after when they hurt them. So we'll talk about the Buzelis play there, and he rolled his ankle. I am with you, Charles. I am more concerned about tomorrow than I am about today. I am very certain that adrenaline started pumping through him after he rolled his ankle, and that helped him kind of, stay in the game. So I'm hoping it's just a small tweak, but there's definitely a chance where it starts swelling up later, and he's not going to be ready for that Magic game. I really hope that's not the case, but I am definitely concerned about it. We'll talk about it, though, for sure. Let's see. Actually, there's a good Billy game, Charles. I think Billy made some pretty good decisions this game. There was definitely some decisions in the fourth that I don't agree with, but benching Giddey for that long, I think, was the correct decision because of his 5 fouls. I don't blame Billy for that one. Down the stretch, I also think he made the proper decision to go to Trey Jones because I think that he had a better read right now, and his pick and roll was a little bit more effective at the moment, instead of going to maybe Giddey or Buzelis. So good job by Billy, honestly, to call those plays. I think he did a good job down the stretch. Now, granted, again, Trey Jones had that 1 turnover, but that's not normal for him. He usually is pretty secure with the ball. So I think Billy did pretty good with a lot of things tonight. There was a lineup where Dalen Terry was in the fourth quarter. and I just don't understand. I really didn't understand why he was in. Again, I know Giddey had 4 fouls or 5 fouls, but I didn't really get why Terry was in the game at that point, because like Cunningham also wasn't in the game. So like there's that decision that was a little bit confusing. And there was also a lineup where the Bulls went super small, where they didn't have either Smith or Vucevic on the floor. I didn't love that. It was all right. I don't think it lasted very long, but I can't be too critical of it. It didn't end up like costing the Bulls the game or anything. And I sure do love Okoro. Is that sarcasm, boo boo baba? Because God, man, look, Okoro did a really good job in that first quarter. This was not a good game from him overall, though. Defensively, he did a really good job on cutting him early. Later in the game, though, he picked up a lot of fouls, and I don't think it was a good overall game defensively throughout the game. But early on, though, I think he did a good job. He did a really good job defending Cunningham in that last shot, where it was 14 seconds left and Pistons were down by 3. Good defense there as well. There was definitely, though, some moments throughout the game where Okoro could have been better. I'm aware that he still is trying to get adjusted to the squad. But I won't lie, we need better from him, honestly. There's so much that some of the best defense from the Bulls in the first quarter slightly into second at times. Second quarters where the Bulls defense started to fall. They started missing some switches. They weren't rotating, and it led to a lot of fouls for the Pistons, or not as it wasn't a lot, but it was a decent amount of fouls that the Pistons got some free throws off of. And so we started to see the Bulls started to struggle in that second quarter a little bit, more so near the end, like towards halftime. But yeah, it was mostly a really good first half defensively until like that last little bit of the second quarter where it really started to get blown up. Yeah, Vooch has some half decent screens at times, which is unusual. It definitely is. 29 wins. I mean, yeah, it's definitely looking pretty bad right now. I won't lie though, there's still a lot in me from this game, even though it's a win, that I am really concerned about this Bulls squad. The Pistons were destroying the Bulls in the paint tonight, and this is something that we talked about early game, or pregame, that I was so concerned about the Pistons' ability to get into the paint and just score, and the Pistons destroy the paint tonight. Like, the Bulls give us 68 points in the paint tonight. That's not good. Like, by no means should we be thinking, hey, the Bulls did a good job defensively all game tonight. No, they didn't. That is not the case. That's the reason why I'm like, I'm not gonna be here saying like, oh my god, we defeated an Eastern Conference the contender and the Bulls are gonna absolutely defy my expectations. Like, I'm not there. But what I did see though is, hey, I see some promise defensively that I saw none of in preseason. And that gives me some hope on that end of the floor that can get this Bulls team to be a better overall squad than what I have projected them to be. But 68 points given up in the paint, that's not good. Like, we gotta be real. I understand the Bulls win tonight, but we can't just be like, hey, this was a great game defensively. It wasn't. Definitely not all 48 minutes was good defensively. We had some issues tonight defensively, especially in that second half where the Bulls just stopped rotating and they couldn't stay in front of their man. So as much as I want to be like, oh my god, the Bulls looked amazing tonight, they looked amazing for one quarter, and they looked pretty like good to decent throughout the second and third quarters. That fourth quarter though, we gotta talk. There was some defense was not good in either the third or the fourth quarter, honestly. The defense in the third I definitely think was a little bit better than the fourth, but there's definitely some issues. But I think the offense kind of carried that third quarter for the Bulls, so shout out to the offense again. But oh boy, we got a lot to talk about, man. Imatas, I believe, bro. Buzelis is like, I was honestly really shocked with how well he was still able to stay in the game, get 7 free throws, and find ways to score without the 3-point shot tonight. Like, he had that move on Duncan Robinson, bro, that was like, oh my god, we need more ISO Buzelis, bro. Like, we need to find ways to get Buzelis some ISO matches and just let him cook. The left-handed finishes from him have been so impressive early on that I'm like all for it, man. Just give this guy the basketball. I'll live with the turnovers at this point. I'm really interested to see how much he's going to develop, man. Support your team and all the players. So Brett, let me just talk to you for 1 second, and I'm gonna leave it at this. Okay, I may be a Bulls fan, but that does not mean that I have to be a diehard, that every single player on this squad does nothing wrong, that I can't criticize the team, that I can't be like, hey, let's have a realistic outlook on this game, okay? Like, I am obviously supporting this team for this win tonight. They did a damn good job in that early game, and that's what got them to win tonight. But at the same time, they also blew a 23-point lead tonight. Okay, so just because I'm a Bulls fan does not mean that I have to be their absolute like cheerleader at all moments, even when they screw up. Okay, I get to be critical when it's time to be critical. Okay, that does not mean that I have to be giving them praise and sucking their dicks constantly. Okay, that does not mean what a Bulls fan means. Okay, I'm just gonna leave it there. I am going to be supporting this team tonight. I am going to be showing you guys in film tonight how much I think that this team defensively did such a good job in that first quarter. And they deserve the absolute praise of all time for what they did in that first quarter tonight, okay? But that does not mean that I need to be supporting them consistently no matter what is happening on the court, okay? If the Bulls lose by 30, there's no way in hell I'm going to be coming into the stream and saying that, oh, you know what, guys? Good effort. You did a good job tonight. Like, there's no way I'm going to be doing such a thing, okay? I get to be critical of this team when they deserve criticism, and they absolutely deserve criticism tonight for blowing a 23-point lead and absolutely getting wrecked in that fourth quarter. They closed it out, and I give them a lot of praise for closing that game out. That was really tough, but same time, you also let the Pistons back in when they weren't hitting your three-point shots tonight. There's a lot that needs to be discussed tonight, okay? So please, for the love of God, don't come in here thinking that I'm going to be just supporting the squad no matter what happens, okay? I think that this team deserves absolute praise tonight, and they deserve a lot of praise from everybody, from the defensive end to the floor to making sure that they're getting to the foul line and getting points in the paint, okay? But we got to talk also the negatives. We can't just go away from this game thinking, oh, we're good. No. There's a lot we still got to discuss, man. Trainer in the minutes today with effort, for sure. I do not like Jalen Smith. I understand definitely from this game, Jalen Smith was really struggling. He missed all his threes. He did not look that good on offense tonight. Like, not in just terms of missing shots, but like, I really think that Jalen Smith was just, he looked honestly kind of lost at what to do sometimes. I'm a little bit worried that him playing the 4 in that preseason game kind of messed up his flow, but I hope it's just a one game issue, but he's got to find ways to get some more like shots at the rim. His slip screening is like pretty solid. He's never been a good screener, but he does a good job at slip screening, and it doesn't feel like he's that comfortable right now with the role that he had tonight. So it's early, but I'm gonna hope that this doesn't continue, because like, I know his role's been inconsistent recently with the Bulls, but I think that there needs to be maybe some look into what he can do, because there's definitely some moments where I was a little bit concerned about what he was showing. But yeah, it's early. We'll give it more games than just this. That first quarter didn't make me believe in what AK was doing, but it's a flash of a really good team that I see where it's coming from. Yeah, like, this is what the Bulls have to do consistently to be a good team, right? They have to show that defense early on that I'm like, all right, like, you're not going to be just giving up easy shots in the paint all night, or giving up early threes, or letting the offense just penetrate and then just kick it out easily, right? Like, that's the problem with the Bulls that we're always so concerned about, is like, if we give up too many paint points and we collapse too early and then the 3-point shots start going down. But that first quarter was the definition of being physical on defense and staying in front of your man, being aggressive on the defensive end, and making sure that you stay on the ball handler as much as you can. Again, we'll break it down. I want to get through all your messages though first before we break down film here. But again, once again, thank you all for tuning in. It's the first game of the season, and we're doing great in terms of the stream support and everything. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. Hit the like button if you have not already hit the like button on the stream. Please do, helps me out a lot. If you're new to the channel like Bulls content, please subscribe. Bulls content all season long from this channel. I'll be covering the Bulls all season long, so please subscribe. What's going on? Dr. Shaw, getting in foul trouble was a problem as well. It definitely was. Yeah, Giddey picked up 2 offensive fouls in that second half that, like, it definitely hurt the Bulls a lot there. Trey Jones looks like $1 million for real. His rim finishing shouldn't be as good as it is. Bro, Trey Jones, like, he makes these shots at the basket, like, over rim protectors. I'm just like, what? He'll get the defense off balance really well, and he does a good job, man. I'm really impressed with him. I do think that honestly Trae Young saved the Bulls tonight. Like straight up, he honestly saved the Bulls down the stretch tonight. What's going on, Tyler? What's up, man? Different kind of Bulls game. Very impressed. So I'm not very impressed throughout the entire game. But that first quarter was extremely impressive. Like that definitely got me really impressed by this Bulls squad. So good job. But yeah, this is good. This is a good sign. We saw the Bulls just absolute dominate a quarter. Like that's a really good sign. Moving forward. So we got to find ways to maybe do that more consistently. Like not every game, but win quarters, man. You got to find ways to win quarters like in a good fashion if you aren't going to be winning every single quarter. And the Bulls won that first quarter convincingly. So good job. Guys that play good tonight: Giddey, Vooch, Montes, Trae, Io, Herter, Jalen Smith lost his 3 points stroke, it seems. Yeah, I'm gonna be watching Smith for sure. This is something where we'll be watching with Smith moving forward, because he's been in and out of the lineup or out of the rotation, and he was thrown into being like the power forward in preseason a little bit. So he might do readjust to the center life again, but we'll see. Pat contributed, yeah, bro. Pat gave some contribution. It wasn't pretty, but he contributed for sure. Like people in this game, they like the energy and mindset. Yeah, people are scrappy, and we need that, for sure. Downside is this will fit the Bulls compete narrative, even if they don't want to, they wouldn't make the required moves available. We'll talk about that later, Charles. I don't want to. I definitely agree with you, Charles. I don't want to like talk about that too much right now. I want to try to focus on the game a little bit more here. People had a brief period. He was communicating, looked confident, just as he thought. He had recapping how much confidence impacts him to me to cherry pick. I mean, yeah, that he shot that 3 off the dribble with confidence, and yeah, I appreciate him being more decisive, because he had 2 turnovers early in the first half that he was indecisive, and it led to those turnovers. So yeah, decisive P will, even if it's like just being scrappy, like that's good. Like you might not show up in the box score, just be scrappy out there, because you're a big body that can disrupt people either on the glass, defensively, getting on offense, setting screens. Like there's a lot that Patrick can do that isn't necessarily going to be like scoring only. So like this was nice tonight. He definitely could have played better. Like turnovers were an issue. But yeah, I appreciate the scrappiness tonight. We gotta just see that from him if he's gonna be playing off the bench like this. Alphonse really being better than usual, including defensive matchups at times even. I mean, we predicted the defensive matchups to start the game, so I think Billy did a good job early in the game with the defensive matchups, and it definitely showed, right? Yeah, definitely no reason for DT being in the game. Yeah, I didn't understand that DT. Like when Kate Cunningham went out, I was just like, DT needs to come out right now. Like I don't know why he's in here, but you know. A DT in was super random. Maybe he just needed a body to fill out unexpected minutes. So I'm a little bit concerned about Io, honestly, because Io took a fall and he landed on his left arm, and then we didn't really see much of him in that fourth quarter. So like that's the reason why I'm concerned, because it's like I don't really get why DT just suddenly was playing those minutes when you had Io available. So that's my main concern right now about it. Like Herter was already playing like a lot of minutes, so that made sense, but I don't know. Maybe Io wasn't right or something, but we'll find out later, maybe. Every time I see Smith on the perimeter, close my eyes. Yeah, he's got to figure it out. We'll talk about his issues. Detroit smothering us at the rim worries me. That and the fact we need a scoring big to win against a gritty defense. So Salty, like this is definitely my concern from this game. Like, don't get me wrong. Once again, I am praising this team for doing such a good job defensively that I was even shocked. I was just like, wow, like we have not seen this defense at all in preseason. They came out, they punched the Pistons in the mouth. They were disrupting all their drives early, as like past the first like 4 minutes of the first quarter. Like they did such a good job after that first timeout, but for the Bulls, like it was such a good job by the Bulls after that first timeout in the first quarter that I was so impressed. Okay. Vucevic was also doing great things on offense, which was also a big shocker because, again, preseason was not good. But yeah, it's a bit concerning for what we saw tonight, because the Bulls had such a good start, but then you just saw the Pistons as they were getting back into this game, bro. They were just adding up those paint points, And then the Bulls started turning it over a little bit too much, and it just started adding to the fast break points. So there's definitely, again, there's areas where the Bulls need to clean things up. Like, I can't stress it enough where I'm like, I'm not just gonna be coming in here and saying, oh my god, the Bulls did amazing, and we can just talk about how amazing the Bulls are, okay? Like, they deserve their praise, but when it comes to some things we gotta work on, we gotta talk about it tonight. Like, I'm sorry. Someone's got to rotate Vooch leaves this man to help double. So that was their issue early on. But then later on in the game, it was that the perimeter defenders weren't getting it over the screens enough, which then forced Vooch to like come out higher. And that's not his fault or the weak side's fault. Like that's the perimeter defenders, like point of attack defenders issue. So yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about that late game. But hey, again, early game, fantastic by the Bulls. Ro's such a weird guy because he does the dirty work really well, specifically how he boxes out bigs for rebounds. He just can't do things offensively. He needs a three-point shot. He needs a three-point shot, but then he also needs to make the shots at the rim, bro. Like, I'm really, really annoyed with how Okoro has been missing his shots at the basket. Like, he had a look early on, right? That was like an easy drive, but then he decided to go to the floater because he seemed to not like have his footwork down or something. Like, I'm like, bro, you just have to make that, bro. I don't know what it's going to take because he got the ball in the corner, he drove, it's wide open, and he decided to shoot the floater. It's so frustrating because it's like, if he decided to shoot the floater because Duren was there, like, then that's an issue of just like, you're just not confident enough in your strength to go and power your way to the rim and finish over a big, or find a way to finish through a shot blocker even though you're like 6'7", like, or 6'5", whatever he is. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me, but like, he decided to shoot the floater instead, and he missed. I'm just like, oh god. Like, he's got to make some shots, bro. We can't have an Andre Roberson out there. It's just not gonna work. And also, like, I don't think he's that good as Roberson defensively either. So I definitely need to figure out what it's gonna take for Okoro to get some offense. But I'm just like, if he's not comfortable right now, just kind of fitting in on the offensive end, then I'm just like, why not just bring him off the bench? I'm just confused why it's like he needs to start, but obviously, like, it paid off early on with his good defense early. That's what we'll take away from this game, I guess. I'll take it, honestly. Hey, Connie, you for a pessimistic take? For sure, Chris. If you wanna go ahead and label me that, sure. That's fine. I'm just being honest about this team. They gave up 68 points in the paint tonight. Like, can we all agree that giving up 68 points in the paint tonight is not a good thing? Like, I guess basketball's changed suddenly where it's okay to give up 68 points in the paint tonight, I guess. Like, sure, I guess that's what we're doing now. All right, Bulls fans, we now know that it is okay to give up 68 points in the paint tonight. Sure. We'll leave it at that, I guess. So yeah, gonna be starting this league, man. Buzalis, I hope so, man. These are the types of games where I missed the mark because our team team offense looked bad. So I don't think the offense looked bad. I think it looked bad fourth quarter for sure. I think throughout the game, honestly, the Bulls offense was really impressing me. First half was definitely much better than anything in the second half. Third quarter for sure was a bit of a struggle. The Bulls did enough though. Like they were able to get enough points in that third quarter. That fourth quarter was definitely a major struggle. We gotta talk about it. Yeah. But yeah. Well, I know what Foytno is talking to. I mean, it's me, obviously. Like, it's obviously me. I'm just like, look, if it's such an issue that I'm bringing up that the Bulls give us 68 points in the paint tonight, then I'm like, okay, like I'm not gonna argue with you. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. But I'm like, once again, people, I am praising the absolute living fuck out of this team's defense early on and how well they were able to take advantage in that first quarter, to take advantage of all the misses, get out and play good. Like, they were playing great in transition. They passed it so well in transition and also in the half court tonight in the first half. However, with that being said, that they blew a 23-point lead. Like, we can't just be here and act as if they had a 23-point lead the entire game. I'm just being honest. Like, it's just how it goes at the end of the day. Some of us won a championship, Chris, not a single win. And hey, we should be celebrating this win, obviously. But at the same time, it was not a like, oh, we won this game by 25. We won this game by 4 when we were up big early. Can we just be real? Like, I'm just asking. Like, I just think we should just be real about it at the end of the day. Duncan's pretty close to that point for how positive to be. I mean, we'll have difference of opinions at the end of the day when it comes to this sort of stuff. So, okay, birds of a feather. All right, sure. A 50 to 100 is exactly expecting the result. Duncan is maybe 40 of 100 expectations, so on point. Maybe, yeah. It takes what it takes. Chris is good at as his Pistons are. They're a championship team, and the Bulls lose to really top tier teams. I mean, like, I won't lie. Maybe I'm wrong about the Pistons, and this is where I think that I think the Pistons are like. Do I think they're beating anybody in the West in the finals? No. But I think the Pistons are like they should be definitely in contention for the East this season. I don't have them as obviously the favorites coming out of the East. Like, I think that they lose like probably in the semifinals if they get there. But I do have them as like an actual playoff squad. So there's that. Do I have them beating any team out West? No. But like Bulls deserve a lot of credit because like I think that this team is honestly a very clear playoff team in the East. That could change, honestly. I mean, maybe the Pistons fall off a cliff. I'd be kind of shocked if they did. But yeah, like this is definitely where I think like the Bulls should be absolutely celebrating. Like this is a pretty convincing, or not convincing, but like a pretty like surprising and really like solid half that was like, hey, you're doing a good job in this half against a really good team. Like that deserves some eyes for sure. They proved what they can do towards the end of last season, picked up right where they left off without Kobe even. But here's the issue with when you say that, like the defense was not this bad at the end of last season. So I'm not gonna come in here and say that, oh hey, like wow, like the Bulls aren't playing as good as last season and like we should just all be like faltering or anything. Like the defense was significantly better than what we saw tonight at the end of last season. They played so much better defense at the end of last season. Like they were like top 15 in terms of defense last season. This is not gonna cut it. Like you gave up 68 points in the paint. Like it's just not gonna do it. It's not enough. Like you got to be better defensively tonight. It just is what it is. So, and reminder, like they gave up 68 points in the paint tonight after having a great defensive first quarter overall. So that's why I'm just concerned. There's some holes here that I'm like, we gotta do some things. But yeah, I'm hoping that like, because also, by the way, and this is where I think that the Bulls deserve more credit. The way the Bulls were winning games at the end of last season was not this way. This was a gritty win by the Bulls, right? Like this was, you out rebounded, like you were trying your best defensively. You're basically forced to make shots in the interior and get free throws. The Bulls were not winning games last season that way, right? The Bulls were winning games last season by shooting 43s a night, and they were getting out on the fast break consistently, which the Bulls did a decent job of that tonight. But the Bulls were forced to slow down tonight, and they only got up 87 shots. The Pistons had 97 shots. The Pistons had more shots than the Bulls. Like, this is not the way the Bulls won games last season at the end of the season. This was very different. So I personally think that they deserve a lot more credit with that. With that being said, though, I do think that the defense is still a problem right now. They're gonna have to find a way to, without Zach Collins, they're gonna have to find ways to make sure the team defense is doing better in the paint. It starts at the perimeter as always, but there's gotta be better rotations throughout the entire game and making sure that we don't mess up our switches. Like, I don't know why all of a sudden in the second quarter where we just can't switch properly. Like, it's as simple as switches. And it led to a lot of easy points for the Pistons at the end of that half, which is like the Bulls had a chance to extend their lead and they ended up not extending their lead. So, yeah. Anyway, that can critique their home team. I do all the time. I'll continue doing it. But to say that is similar to being pessimistic, just calm down. I mean, if you want to call me pessimistic, I'm not going to stop you. But at the same time, I'm just being like, listen, like, the reason why I get annoyed with the pessimistic, like thrown out there is because a lot of Bulls fans right now, they're using like everyone's like that they think is like pessimistic as like they never say anything positive about the squad. Like they think that it's like no matter what, if you're not like basically cheering this team on at all moments and you never criticize them, then it's like, oh, you're a pessimist. So I'm really annoyed with that word right now because it's just being thrown around a lot when I feel like someone like me, for example, which I know maybe some people haven't seen it, but like I did film breakdown for every single preseason game, guys. Okay, like I'm not just someone here just saying like I'm trying to like, you know, tag along the coattails of people that are like not as high on the squad, right? Like I actually, with my own eyes, okay, I have broken down film on stream. I have consistently talked to you guys about why I think this Bulls future is looking murky, right? And when the Bulls have played bad, I have shown you why the Bulls have played bad. Like, I went through multiple streams in preseason showing why the defense was so damn poor in preseason, okay? I broke down individual plays that showed that the Bulls were not switching defensively. They were not fighting through screens. They were giving up so many points in the paint. Like, this is... Like, I'm just confused that, like, all of a sudden where it's like, hey, if the team is not doing good things, the proper and simple things defensively, and if I call it out, I'm certainly a pessimist, right? But I'm like, bro, I want this team to succeed. And to be throwing out the pessimist like little argument where I'm like, this was just bad defense. Like, I don't know what to tell you. It's just like all of a sudden it's like in like some Bulls fans' minds, it's like if you're not always supporting the team and saying like, hey, good try defensively, when it's like, no, that was a terrible job defensively. It's all of a sudden that like, oh no, you hate the squad, you're a pessimist, like you're a flat out hater. I'm like, okay, like please, for the love of God, like at the end of the day, we're here to talk basketball and why things are certain ways and our overall views on the squad. And we're all gonna have different views. I understand that. But once again, the Bulls give out 68 points in the paint tonight. Why should I be happy about that? Just because the Bulls got the win? Like, there are definitely ugly wins. And I'm not necessarily gonna throw this as like an ugly win, but I definitely wouldn't say this is a pretty win. And I think that's something that we need to keep in mind as like, hey, it's game one, sure, but this has been an issue for the Bulls since last season, and the Bulls are basically running back the same team. The Bulls gave up the most points in the paint per game out of any team last season, and they start off this season by giving up 68 points in the paint, okay? That's not good. I'm sorry to tell y'all, but that is not good. That's not good. Like, it's just not. I don't know why that's such a problem for some people, that if that's such an issue, then I'm like, why do you think, like, what are you talking to me for then? If you want to go support the Bulls and never see any of the negative stuff, there's definitely people for you to go do that for. Like, I'm all for you to go and like, I'm never going to tell you how to fan, but to just suddenly throw it as like, oh, you never say anything good about this Bulls squad. I'm like, bro, I have been adamant how much that I have loved Buzelis, and I am stoked for what I've seen from him. Like, he's like honestly to me like the saving grace of this squad. I have praised the living fuck out of the defense tonight in the first quarter, and yet it's like, oh, no. I'm like, okay, please, man. I'm just being just honest. Like, if you don't like my honest take, you don't need to watch. So yeah, very well balanced. They aren't skipping steps. That's what AK says, part of the process. So I also disagree with that. Like, to me, skipping steps, they are skipping steps because they're not getting the draft capital that they need. Which, sure, like they're not skipping steps in terms of like they're trading for vets, but I think they're still skipping steps because they're not getting the draft capital that they need. There should be more young guys on this roster right now, and I understand the argument. It's like, bro, the Bulls have like the second youngest team in the league. I get it, but at the same time, I feel like when you look at other teams, like they just accumulate a lot of young talent, and I feel like the Bulls. There's definitely areas where they can improve in that, in terms of going out and making sure that they can find ways, whether it's not maybe this season or for the future, like they have to find ways to still accumulate young talent besides just their own draft pick. So to me, they are still skipping steps, but it's not you know something that is definitely black and white from people. But okay, that's your take. What was your expectations last season? Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, and the part of the steps is calling them out. Because Duncan isn't making blind fan content, he is making analysts. Sure, I hope that's the case. I'm just hiring the team that most. I have seen so many iterations of Bulls. I know when a team has it, they have it. It will take time. This is not the same Bulls. Sure, I mean, I hope that's the case, but I've seen a lot of things in preseason and even in this game that I'm concerned about. And I think I have the right to be concerned about it for sure. I give you the for sure that I think Buzelis is different. I think that is for sure 100% like different about this Bull squad. Like, if there's anything different, it is definitely Matas Buzelis and how well he looks. So I'm not denying that part. But one quarter of good defense, and all of a sudden we're calling this team different from last season. I'm a little bit just like, I'm not there. You can be there. I'm all for that for you. Like, I'm I'm not gonna change that opinion of yours, but I'm not convinced that suddenly that this team is just different. That's just me. Is it like so time I disagreements with them? Not my first rodeo. I mean, I appreciate you listening to me first off, so I sincerely appreciate that. I appreciate you giving your opinion, honestly. I sincerely do appreciate your opinion. Like, I'm not trying to like belittle you or anything. Like, I sincerely do appreciate your opinion, because like having disagreements is why we have this channel, and like we talk through the disagreements. Like we have our arguments and everything. My only thing though, it's just like, it's just the whole like a little bit like the pessimism thing. Like, that's like my only thing. Maybe it's my bad of being an overreactor, but I've just been called that in comment sections, in DMs, and on Twitter. And it's like, it's used more as a hate thing rather than it's being as like, I think I'm trying to be this, it's not like someone like is being like, you know, trying to just have like a civil conversation. I've just been called like a pessimist as like a hate thing. And people look at me as like, oh no, like you just you'll never like, the Bulls could have like Michael Jordan and you'll still be like the worst person on earth. I'm like, no, that's not the case. I've just been pointing out, hey, there's some serious weaknesses with this squad, and there's a lot of things I think are missing in terms of building a good young squad and good young core. But we'll have our differences of opinions. But the last thing I think I need is to just suddenly just be called a hater. And I'm like, bro, you haven't listened to anything I've said. So that's the only thing. I sincerely appreciate you, Chris, though, for giving your opinion. Like, I truly do appreciate it. And also I appreciate you watching my content, even though you still disagree with me. I think that's always good, because I watch a lot of people that I disagree with as well. But yeah, I hope that I make this clear that, first and foremost, and you have been this, by the way, respect is always the biggest thing, and for everybody, for this community. Yeah, like, just, we'll try just to not, we'll limit the labeling, I guess I should say. I think that's something we just, myself included, everyone has to work on. So, well, I sincerely do appreciate it though, Chris. I appreciate it a lot. I mean, what did you expect last season? I'm pretty sure I predicted where they sat. No, actually. No, Charles, I was wrong last season. I predicted 31 wins last season. I predicted that it was gonna be 31 wins at the beginning of the year, and then there was definitely some play from the Bulls early on, and I was like, okay, like, I can definitely see this team getting to 35. But then 39 was, to me, like, there was no way in hell they're gonna get there, but they did it. Like, I was genuinely shocked. The thing is, though, is that, like, early in the middle of January, and the Bulls were on like a severe losing streak, I was like, oh boy. Like, I was even concerned at that point that my 31 wins was like, I overshot it, because there was a point in that January like area where the Bulls were just like, they're just getting wrecked. So yeah, I mean, hell, the Bulls did a hell of a job turning it around for sure. But I definitely was on the negative side, but. January, at that point in January, it was looking like I was being honestly too positive of the Bulls at one point, because I was like, God, bro, like, some of these L's were just disgusting, and it was rough. So that turnaround was honestly ridiculous by the Bulls, and Giddey was a part of it, but Kobe becoming player in the month was humongous, and they led the team. Like, Vooch wasn't the same. He wasn't the same as he was early in the season. So they obviously deserve the credit, and I give him a lot of credit. I'm just like, listen, bro, a lot of Bulls fans have started, like, they're like putting like, Giddey or Kobe in like all-star talk, and I'm like, bro, and like, I'll even say this about Buzelis. I want Buzelis to become an all-star. I want these guys to become an all-star, bro. I will never ever say to any of these players that I want them to fail. I want these guys to like suddenly become great players, right? But for me to label you as a great player in this league, you can't do it for just half a season or less than half a season. It's just not going to happen for me. So others, though, right? Others think that, no, if you just show it for 2 months or 3 months, then we're good. The only thing, though, I just say to that is we've seen definitely some players where it's like, yeah, we think that they're going to be fantastic because early on in their career, they go on and like they have some pretty good outings early in their career, and it's looking great for them. And suddenly then, 3 years in, it's like, oh, Like, obviously, this is not the case with like Giddey and Kobe aren't rookies, right? But you know, with Buzelis, for example, which I have a lot of faith that he's going to become really good, but at the same time, like I'm not just going to be suddenly be like, oh yeah, he's going to be for sure an all-star. Like I'm not there yet. Some people are, and hey, I think that's awesome that you believe so much in him. I'm just not there yet personally, and I think Buzelis is going to be a really good player. So I think it's just the way that we look at things, right? A lot of times that for us it's like, what's the threshold, right? And it for me it's a lot higher expectations, because I've seen, unfortunately, too much in this Bulls history where someone goes on like a good month and I'm like, oh, maybe they clicked and they're nowhere to be seen, honestly. Moving forward. He's on a team, they played better than he thought they would, especially after the trade. It's not my first radio, but I do enjoy his analyst. I mean, look, bro, all the numbers said that when Levine was gone, the Bulls were gonna absolutely suck. Like, the numbers were dead set on like, hey, when Levine's off the floor, the Bulls are like one of the worst teams in the league. So when that trade happened, I was like, oh god, like the Bulls, yeah, they got Kevin Huerter, but like suddenly you're missing your best 3-point shooter, and hey, Kobe and Giddey stepped up. But reminder, like Kobe, if you guys remember this, like a lot of you guys in this chat, we were not high on Kobe past January, like through January. Kobe was struggling mightily. He had that like ankle issue, but he was also just wildly inconsistent. And he was honestly getting still a decent amount of shots even with Levine. But then he obviously went on a tear. The thing is though, is like with Kobe, unfortunately, is like I've seen Kobe in his career go on these runs, and I'm like, I don't know what I'm getting still from him. Like I know I'm getting some level of scoring from him, but is it all-star? Like, I'm not there yet, personally. He did reach that 20-point threshold for me, and that to me was honestly really impressive by him after, you know, being stuck in like 18 points per game for most of the season. It took a player in the month March for it to happen, but it's, you know, he did it nonetheless. But still though, I wrote the article about his 3-point shooting. I'm just like, look, man, like this is like the next step of it all, and you need to go out there and still average 20 points again and increase your 3-point percentage, because he set that for himself, right? Like that's something that I think we all have to just be like, we don't know. Like it should happen, like we think, but there's definitely a world where Kobe like comes back this season and he doesn't hit 20 points per game. Like I think that is genuinely a world, and because of there's that world, or there's a decent chance of that world, I should say, right? Like I guess it could happen to anybody, but like I think because there's a decent chance of that world happening, it's like I'm not ready to say Kobe's taking this next step of evolution yet. Like he's also, this is his 7th season, so I don't know how much better he can get. But I know he works hard as hell, and that's something I'll never take away from him, is that he has insane work ethic, and he'll do anything possible to make himself better. So some people bet on that. Others like me, probably I'm not like that sold on it because of his current age and everything. But I hope that Kobe is able to prove me wrong again and be able to shoot 40% from 3-point range, right? So yeah, I'm interested as hell. Like, don't get me wrong, I may not be as high in the squad, but I came into this season definitely very interesting. Like I'm interested in this squad, but there's definitely some things that I'm looking at, I'm like, oh boy. I came in thinking that there's the level of defense was gonna be like, oh, we're gonna be all right. I mean, yeah, I see Okoro, I see the Sumu, like I see Buzelis, and I'm still sitting here thinking like, wow, there's definitely some stuff that I was not expecting this Bulls team to be so bad at, and it showed in preseason. So it's always intriguing no matter what. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not here saying that I'm not interested in this Bulls squad. I'm very interested. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't. But we have a lot to talk about though, with still like outlook, future outlook, like lack of assets. Like there's still that to still discuss. Even if I start thinking that, oh, maybe this Bulls team's like overall look is like looking okay as a current squad. There's definitely stuff that Charles brought up that's like, oh, I mean, yeah, we got a lot to work on still. And even with what we saw today, I still think this Bulls team is still lacking defensively, and I don't think that's wrong to think at the end of the day. 68 points, I think, is what I would expect to sally for how the team is constructed, to either Buzelis bulks up or a new big or both. So I think it's two things. It's either that Buzelis is going to have to become like one of the best shot blockers in the league. Obviously the big situation is like obvious, right? The thing is though, is that I do think the Bulls still need to find consistent defenders that can also play on offense. Like, I think that's what it's going to have to take. Like, guys like OG Anunoby, for example, are like a prime example of like, okay, he gives you good offense at like, or I guess I should say decent offense. His efficiency can be a little bit interesting, but like, he's an impactful player on offense, but he's really good defensively, right? Like, the Thunder are loaded with those guys, right? So it's gonna have to be like shot blocking bigs, or the Bulls need to add more to their team construction of good, consistent defenders that have a proven record of it, but also are consistent enough on offense that they're not taken out of the game. That's going to be the biggest thing. Because, like, even tonight, for example, with Buzelis, as much as I think he's going to be, you know, a great two-way player for this Bull squad, we saw tonight on the perimeter that he had some struggles. And I think that's something that, like, he's going to have to still work on for the Bulls to get to that point of being good defensively, consistently to guard the interior. There's definitely the shot blocking aspect for sure. And Vucevic being here doesn't help, right? But we've seen, for example, the Utah Jazz, where they just have a ton of terrible defenders on the perimeter, and you have Rudy Gobert back there, who's, you know, arguably a Hall of Fame defender, right? Or he's a Hall of Fame defender, but arguably a Hall of Fame player. And their defense still was terrible, even with a great shot blocker. So it requires the shot blocking to come in, whether that's Buzelis becoming great in terms of shot blocking, but also the Bulls, either it's someone has to develop, right? Whether it is like Patrick Williams or like Noah Senge, that can somehow develop their offensive game so that they can be on the floor consistently and still provide consistent enough defense. I think Pat also needs to work on stuff defensively, but maybe Senge is the guy. Terry is another example of it, but I don't have much faith in Terry suddenly developing something amazing on offense. So I'm kind of out on him like suddenly becoming great on that end, or good, or even just okay on that end. But the 3-point shot's always the first thing, right? Just like some people said with the Coral, it's just like, hey, I mean, like, yeah, we appreciate the effort, we appreciate you defensively, but you gotta also do something on offense, please. And the easiest way is just be the 3-point shooter that some people thought we were getting early on, which is, I said that Okoro is not a good 3-point shooter. At best, he's decent, but he doesn't shoot enough on volume to be labeled good. So it's got to be something like that. It's got to be finishing shots at the rim, whether it's setting screens. Like, I don't know what's going to take from Okoro, but he's got to have to do something, right? Yeah, I should have specified our team offense was bad late game, although that could be the Pistons coaching staff learning how we play and countering. There are a few things the Pistons kind of did, but I don't really think that they honestly did anything like really that different late game. I think the one thing though that I'll give a lot of credit to is like Ron Holland, for example. Like the way Ron Holland played in that second half was a big reason why. And like, I don't think like scheme wise the Pistons did anything that much different, but effort wise they definitely picked it up, and that's where someone like DeMar, for example, definitely is, you know, someone to be looked at as pretty valuable in those sort of situations. Obviously the Bulls don't have him though, so shout out Trey Jones, because I think Trey Jones was a massive savior for the Bulls down the stretch where the defense was picking up and the Bulls needed a ball handler to go to, and Trey Jones was the guy, and he did a good job. Need to make a trade for another star to help Cunningham. However, they beat the Knicks or the Cavs in a 7-game series. They can beat. Okay, sorry, they can beat. I do think they could beat the Knicks. The Cavs with Mobley and how he's looked, it's interesting. I know the Cavs are not fully healthy right now, which is, you know, part of the reason why they lost tonight. Which, granted, the Knicks are not fully healthy right now either. I have less faith in them beating the Cavs, but I think they might be able to beat the Knicks. It matters still for sure though, and like, can they add some pieces? Another star, I don't know if it's necessary because Cunningham is that good, but I do think that he needs a little bit of a sidekick for sure. Someone that's not Tobias Harris, because Harris had a rough game tonight. Where's Drummond at? We can use his interior defense. Drummond's not the best in terms of defense. Like in terms of like rim protection, like he's not the best. He's also not really playing well recently, so I don't know if he's really the guy. I think honestly the Bulls need to just kind of look towards like a center of the future at some point, of just like drafting or just, I don't know. The Bulls have a lot of cap space this upcoming free agency, but there's definitely ways for the Bulls to get better in the interior defensively, but it's going to take a little bit. I think this bodes well. I really thought they were going to lose because the Pistons are one of the young teams that can match the pace while we have a good half court. For sure. I mean, I think like to see the Bulls look like they slowed down the Pistons enough tonight is honestly pretty impressive. The Pistons, like we talked about pregame, that they were one of the best teams in the league in terms of fast break points, as like they were tied with the Bulls in fast break points last season. Okay. So they're one of the best teams with pace, and they consistently were able to get to the paint, right? Obviously the biggest thing tonight was that the 3-point shot wasn't going down for them. So that was the big key factor that kept the Bulls the lead and made sure that the Pistons didn't overtake us. They still got to the paint tonight, don't get me wrong. They got to the paint consistently tonight. But the Bulls did a good enough job early on that they had a big enough lead, and they did enough, I guess I'd say, in the first half in terms of stopping the 3-point line. Wasn't great. Pistons definitely helped us out a little bit. But yeah, I think them not hitting threes for sure helped. But the Pistons were in such a big hole because the Bulls are good defense and good offense in early on in the game. He's not gonna start off for a vaccination, but fun game on its way, going a little too. Oh, I mean, I think everyone should have gotten like their heart beating in this one. Like, again, pessimistic guy, right? Like even myself is like, no, like this is intense. Like I think watching any sort of like good intense basketball game should be thrilling. So hence why we watch basketball, right? Basketball is awesome to watch, people. But yeah, for sure, man. I appreciate it, Charles. You're probably gone at this point because I'm slow with the chat. But yeah, I sincerely appreciate it, Charles, and good luck on that vaccination because that's never fun. The skipping steps comment, it's so weird to me because I love Montes, but I just watched VJ drop 30 in his first game. We were skipping the step of getting someone like that. I agree. Or you're skipping the steps to either get that someone in the draft, or you're skipping the steps to acquire that someone when they're eventually like, more vet status, right? And they want out. Like, you're skipping the steps to put yourself in that position to be able to get one of those guys when they become available. That to me is the problem with what the Bulls are doing right now. Because look, man, I've said it. If the Bulls just had a bunch of draft picks, then like I'm cheering this team on to as many wins as possible this season. The problem is though is that they only have their own draft pick and maybe the Portland pick. And so like the Bulls putting themselves in a position where like they only have like a slight chance of jumping into the top 4. Like I don't really know what this bodes well for, unless obviously the Bulls like Buzelis becomes an all-star, right? But I again, as much as I want that to happen, like, and hey, we might be on our way to that. It's just still like I'm still in a spot right now where I don't know if Buzelis will become that, and because of that, I'm still scared of where this team is kind of heading. Like that to me is where the Bulls are skipping steps. Like you're not like right now is a time where you shouldn't be spending any assets. You should be accumulating, and the Bulls are not accumulating right now. The best teams, at least in my opinion, even in this spot, like the Boston Celtics, never tanked for, Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, right? Like they traded away their best guys, and like they still hovered around like the 8th seed even when this was happening. And they became relevant obviously again, but they never at one point tanked, and their one draft pick was Marcus Smart. But what they did do was they accumulated a bunch of assets, and they were able to make the trade for like Kyrie Irving, and they were able to have the cap space, but also the enticing destination to go and get Gordon Hayward, right? Like I definitely think that there's ways to build a squad without doing the full out tank method or do a full out rebuild like how some Bulls fans want. But you can't, like with what the Bulls are doing right now, I'm like, you're riding a fine line in my opinion. And skipping steps of not accumulating assets at this current moment in time when there's no reason to really use up any assets, it's like it's a little bit scary for me. That's why I always say I think the Bulls are still skipping steps. Like in actuality, the Bulls are still down draft picks right now, like because they've traded away second round picks, so like they have less draft picks than they should if they just didn't trade any draft picks right now. And I get that they're second round picks, but like we've seen teams use second round picks to trade into the first round, so I still think the Bulls are skipping some steps, and that's why I'm still murky about the future with this sort of stuff. Like, imagine Kira Montes with someone like that. Well, for sure. Pair Montes with VJ Edgecombe, bro. I think this team is on its way to being in a great spot, right? Yeah, I was constantly high on Kobe. I mean, Tyler, yeah, like you're constantly high on Kobe, but I think it wasn't just Charles in here, but like others as well, right? Like we were really concerned with how Kobe was looking. Like, yeah, and Rozzy even points out here, like I was really concerned with how Kobe looked. I'm like, okay, you might as well just trade him now because it's not a tradable contract. He could like be a 6-man for a contender. Like trading him now, I don't think or at the deadline at that point, I was like, that's not a bad move. I think now, like, I don't think there's any reason to trade him now. Like, he's injured. You're not getting anything really in for him in return at this point because his value is at its lowest it's been in a while. It's still, though, a very tradable contract. So if someone comes with a good offer, then yeah, you definitely should be looking to make that trade. But in terms of like the Bulls missing their window, like I think they definitely missed their window in trading Kobe. So I think Kobe's here to stay, at least for this season. We'll see what happens in free agency, but yeah, it's always interesting kind of remembering back then where it's like, oh, like the Bulls, like I had the stats pulled up and everything where it's like when LaVine was off the floor, man, like it was bad. Kobe wasn't doing anything when LaVine was off the floor. It was a rough go. So yeah, I remember those moments, man. I felt like Kobe's doing so well and was looking to see a huge jump from him that it hurt much more when he had his lull time with his play last season. Like I remember Kobe got off to such a great start because the Bulls won in Milwaukee, right? Like he had like 7 or what was it, 9 threes in that game? I don't remember what it was, but like that was like, oh my god, like Kobe's here, like he's the designated shooter, like oh he's great. And then after that game, he was so bad from 3-point range. I was like, oh my god, like I don't know what to think of him. Like Kobe had such rough moments last season that yeah, it definitely hurt when we were watching him to be like, you went from this guy that like he broke out the previous season and like his catch and shoot or his 3-point shot off the dribble was great and everything, but like there was this moment here that was just like, God almighty, like I don't know what I'm looking at from Kobe. Like 39% from the field is just rough. Like this is like he was pretty decent in November, and then this happened. I was just like, God, man. And then early January, I don't remember his games, but I feel like it was also pretty bad early January. Yeah, and then February, like trade deadline was hidden, and he was still shooting like poor percentages, but then March hit. Like this is what got him to 20 points per game. So like as much as I want to say future All-Star, this is the first time he's ever hit 20 points per game. It also came into a season where he didn't average 20 points per game until the last two months, and obviously this month is half a month. So like it's hard for me to be like, yeah, future All-Star, and then obviously he's injured to start the season, which never bodes well. But I hope, man, like if Kobe can become the you know the main scorer, like by all means, please, I'll be so happy about it. Hearing the critique helped me focus on the team dynamic a lot more these last 2 years. I mean, look, man, I hope that my analysis has like opened up like certain areas of the game for people to see. So like that comment right there kicked me down, and like that makes me really happy. Like I might be hella critical of this squad, but it's the reason, like I'm hella critical because this is just the way I look at the game. Like there are things that I pick up that I'm just like, I need to show this, right? Like I need to show this on stream and show like this is a problem or this is good, right? And I hope that that's something that like we like as a community appreciate. I know it's not for everybody, but I hope it is something that we all appreciate. But yeah, I mean, like it's that sort of stuff is why I like doing this, so I appreciate that a lot. I want Tyler Smith. I won't lie, I'm not that high on Tyler Smith right now. He just got waived. I mean, it's not a bad bet by the Bulls, but I think that's something that we can look at a little bit more. But again, the Bulls don't have a roster spot. We're keeping Javon Carter throughout the season, I think. I know we wanted Kobe gone at the deadline this year. So sorry, I guess I haven't clarified my stance on Kobe with what happened. So last season I was also saying that, but the way that I've looked at it this season is that I think you just keep Kobe for the season. I apologize, Rozzy. I'm late to your comment. I sincerely apologize, but I think for now with where the Bulls are at, like your time to have traded Kobe was last season or last off season now, because we're officially in the regular season, right? And you didn't do it. So at this point, to me, it's like there's just no reason to trade him, because you're not going to get any like really good value out of a trade for him at this point, because he's on, like, you're going to trade for basically less than a year of Kobe, and no one's going to give up any sort of good future asset for that. Not to mention then, of course, he's injured to start the season, so his value right now is the lowest it's been for a long time, because his value was significantly higher at the deadline last season. It was higher during the offseason. It has rapidly declined with how he's with the injury and just the contract situation where it is right now. Unfortunately, it has declined. So at this point, I'm just like, okay, it might just be in the Bulls' best interest just to keep him around for this season, try to re-sign him if he plays well enough, obviously. Like, there's caveats. And then if you then need to look to trade him later on his new contract, fine. But he's also a guy that I'm like, he plays well enough to the point where I'm like, all right, like if he's, let's say for example, he comes back and like he has an all right return to the season, then you can still pay him like an all right amount, and it's not gonna like kill you. What is gonna kill you though is if like you overpay him, which I'm very concerned about the Bulls doing this upcoming offseason, because he's an unrestricted free agent. Like, they're not gonna play hardball like they did with Giddey, I think, which I think they should with Kobe. Like, not maybe not as hardball, but like I think you should still do it, unless obviously Kobe like blossoms into something great. But in my head, I'm just like, you should be able to get him on a decent contract that like it shouldn't like kill you moving forward, and he's valuable enough to the point where I'm like, yeah, like I'd be okay just keeping him around. Maybe on a new contract you eventually do trade him, so we will see. We wanted some of us, yes, some of us, yeah, I'm sorry, I need to clarify my wording. Some of us, me included, wanted Kobe traded at last year's deadline. Some of us, me included, wanted Kobe traded at all costs, even heading into the season. But I've changed my mind on trading him now, because of, like, after you didn't trade him in the offseason, I'm just like, okay, you're starting the season with him, like, you're not going to get any decent value for him at this point. Like, he's on a 1-year rental contract, and he's going to ask for a massive payday, and you if you're a team acquiring him, you can't offer him an extension. So I think at this point, it's just like, you might as well just keep him. I think that's fine. Yeah. Does Trae Young still get these minutes when Kobe comes back? He does not play 31 minutes, but I think he'll still be playing a consistent amount. Donovan was really willing to go like with a lot of guards tonight in some lineups, so you'll definitely see minutes cut from Herter, DeSumo, and Trae Jones. But I do think Trae Jones is going to still play a decent chunk, even when Kobe gets back. Trae Jones is too good of a player right now to be just only having him play like 12 minutes again. Like, he needs to like get close to 20 at bare minimum every night. With Kobe, the only team that kind of makes sense is Houston, as they would give up 3, which they won't, so he's definitely staying. So the Kobe to Houston idea to me doesn't make any sense, because, and granted, it's based off of 1 game, so maybe take with a grain of salt here. But to me, Houston does not need another guy, I don't know. It's odd, because like Houston to me definitely needs like 3-point shooting, which Kobe could definitely bring, but they need somebody that's gonna still keep their identity and not be a cone out there like how Reed was in that OKC game, right? And I'm just worried with Kobe that like it's basically like, yeah, Kobe can definitely give you 20 a night, but defensively he might just be also what Reed Shepherd gives you. And I don't know if Reed Shepherd can't stay on the floor consistently with those guys out there. Like, I mean, they have like 4 guys that are like 6'10" or higher, and Reed Shepherd is still like, he's just so detrimental defensively that he has to be benched, that I don't know if Kobe's that much better. Now, granted, Kobe is 6'5", he's bigger, so maybe it is. I'm more so I'm concerned about the passing from that position to make sure that Kevin Durant gets the ball more. and Kobe's not really the best passer. So, like, to me, Io makes a lot more sense for them. Like, he doesn't add the 3-point shooting like Kobe would, but he brings the defense, he brings the interior finishing that they need. And he's a better passer overall. He doesn't turn it over. But maybe I'm just wrong about that. Maybe the Rockets just need more scoring punch. My only concern, though, is just, like, Reed Shepard's such a cone. Like, I don't know if Kobe would really do anything better. Kobe tries, don't get me wrong, but I think he still gets picked on. So, I don't know. It is an interesting thought for sure. And you're right, Rozzy, that, like, we shouldn't even consider it because there's no way the Rockets are giving up Reed Shepard for Kobe White. They might be willing to give up Reed Shepard for something, but it's not going to be for Kobe White. At least this early into his career. Maybe later down the road. Yeah, I agree that he's probably staying. The Bulls have always hinted that he will be staying. Granted, I don't know what that means for AK sometimes, so there's definitely a chance we're being tricked by AK, but we'll see. Victor's doing some ridiculous stuff against the Mavs of all teams right now, actually spooky things. I saw one move. I have not seen much more, but let me just quickly check the box score and we're gonna jump right back into some film breakdown stuff here. But oh dear Lord. Oh my God. So everybody that was so pissed off at him for shooting so many threes got their wish, and he is just absolutely putting on a show, bro. Wow. Spurs are just destroying the Mavericks. Cooper Flag's rookie NBA debut has not gone too great, but I mean, hell, you're facing Victor. Oh boy, this is thing. That's all I'm gonna say. But dear Lord, man, this is insane. My God, this is quite the stat line. 15 and 21, 40 points, 3 blocks. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's cool to see. Yeah, games on ESPN. By the way, we will also, like, if you're wondering about how long you should stick around for the stream, first and foremost, thank you for all tuning in and sticking around. It's been a great stream so far. But stick around for the stream, bro. We're gonna be up late if you're willing to be a late bird or like a night owl with me. There's films I need to break down with this game. I haven't even gotten to much talk about some of the individual performances of this game, so we're gonna talk about that. So we gotta do film, we gotta do some individual stuff here. But then I also want to talk about what's going around the league right now, and then we gotta talk about NBC, bro. Like, NBC, man, if you're wondering my age, okay, I'm too young to have seen NBC on in the 90s, NBA basketball on NBC in the 90s. I'm not that old. Unfortunately, I was not able to watch Jordan go and absolutely dominate the league. But I'm obviously very aware of NBC in the 90s and the early 2000s, and NBC, bro, last night, like, though it was by far the best national broadcast that I have watched in a long time. And so I hope you guys agree with me on that. I think we all agree that NBC did a great job last night. They're definitely not perfect by any, like, there's some little tiny critiques I have about what they did, but like, I really can't complain after what we've gone through with ESPN, which we're still going through with ESPN, and with TNT the past many years, so past 2+ decades with TNT. But I mean, we'll definitely be talking about that, so stick around, bro. Like, stick around if you want to continue talking just in general NBA stuff, but we're gonna head into some things here when it comes to like film and everything that I do want to talk about when it comes to this Bulls victory today. So the Bulls are 1-0. Did not think this was gonna happen, I won't lie. I had the Bulls going 1-4 in October, which I understood was a pretty harsh, but it's more so because of Kobe and Collins being out. Like, I had the Bulls like getting the 39 to 40 wins in my book, but then the Kobe and Collins injuries, I'm just like, oh God, like, it really like dampened my like full expectations for this squad, which is like, I was so hit by those injuries that, like, when I was going through, I'm like, I see 29 wins, and so obviously it looks really dumb right now. But yeah, we gotta still talk about some of the bad stuff tonight. Well, let's start with the positives. So as I'm gonna bring up the film stuff here, as I bring up film though, I do want to shout out a couple of guys. So obviously Vucevic had an insane game tonight. 28 and 14 from Vucevic after the preseason he had. Fantastic. So the 3-point shooting from him was great. I hope to see this continue for him. This is gonna be something that I'm gonna be watching all season long, and he just somehow flipped a switch and was much better in these games. So shout out to him. By far the player of the game tonight, at least in my opinion, for the Bulls. He honestly did pretty decent defensively as well, which is not something we expect from him. So good job, Vucevic. He was the main reason why the Bulls got out to a good lead on the offensive end, and he continued it throughout a good chunk of the game. He had, I believe he had 12 rebounds at halftime, so a little slow down in the rebounding totals in the second half, but the Pistons were making more shots, so less rebounds to get. But to me, he is player of the game for this victory. After that, I think, like, I can't say enough about what Buzelis did tonight, man. Like, he had that ankle twist, and he still was getting up there, and he had that dunk over Isaiah Stewart, where Stewart actually did block the shot, but Buzelis still was able to throw it down. Buzelis did so much this game. Early on, he was getting a lot of good blocks and help defense, and I was thoroughly impressed with how well he played tonight against a pretty good squad. Did a good job tonight, so shout out to him. Josh Giddey, it definitely wasn't very clean after the first half, right? And even like towards the end of the first half, it was a little bit weird with him, but really good job early on. Like, Giddey set the tone early. It was a big reason why the Bulls did a good job of getting downhill into maybe not exactly the first option in transition, right? Like the first transition opportunity, like maybe wasn't there, but Giddey would then continue to force it down into the paint and kind of stumble his way through, but it collapsed the defense enough to open up looks for everyone else on the perimeter. So he was a big reason why the Bulls had such a good lead early on in this game, especially on the offensive end. So shout out to him. He also did pretty decent well on defense early on. So good things hopefully moving forward when it comes to that. Second half was a little bit of a struggle. 2 offensive fouls that I think he definitely could have avoided. That got into foul trouble. Then it had forced him to sit a little bit, but I'm overall happy with what we saw early in the game. He hit his free throws, so he closed out the game for us, so shout out to him. I think Dosunmu had a really good game until he missed those back-to-back threes. He had 14 points and 6 of 12 shooting, which is like typical IO. 50% from the field as always. So I think he had a really good game going. He had some good defensive possessions as well. But shout out to him. And Kevin Huerter, the biggest thing I'm going to shout out for Kevin Huerter is the 6 free throws he shot. I was not expecting to see 6 free throws from Kevin Huerter tonight, but he drew some fouls. So good job by Kevin Huerter. The entire Bulls team was drawing fouls. 32 free throws shot. Some at the end of the game, but they were still in the 20s in the fourth quarter, even without the intentional fouling. So good job. Good job by the Bulls to get to the free throw line. When the 3-point shot was going down early, but it was not going down late, right? Bulls were shooting 46% from 3-point range at halftime. It just was not going down in the second half. So good job by the Bulls throughout this entire game to continue to attack the paint. Once again, though, I have to bring up the negatives, and I hate doing this, okay? This right here is a major concern for me right now. I'm the second half defense and even part of the first half defense, the Bulls were not doing a good enough job of preventing paint touches from this Pistons squad. Whether it was just the center just going down in and trying to lay it up and in, or doing a hook shot, or we saw the pick and roll starting to be used by the Pistons, and we saw some looks based off that, but then we also just saw some just simple drives, and I'm pissed off watching this Bulls team where they give up the angle and there's no real help coming over. But it all starts with the top of the key or the perimeter guys. They gotta just do a better job of staying in front of their man. Like, I understand you're not gonna stop them, but like you gotta just give some effort. And I thought the Bulls' effort on the perimeter just started to go down in that second half, and it was really frustrating to watch. So there's that we definitely need to look at. But the points in the paint as a whole from a squad, whether it's point of attack defense, fighting through screens, switching properly, to making sure that you defend the rim better. Like, there's a lot that needs to happen. So hopefully this is something that the Bulls can continue to work on, because this is an issue from last season heading into this season. So this is an area the Bulls desperately need to get better at. Bulls did a good job out rebounding the Pistons throughout most of this game, right? And they did it overall the entire game. Kind of flipped, near the end of the fourth quarter there, but Bulls got the rebounds when it was necessary at the end, so good job there. Second half, though, offense definitely slowed down. Too many turnovers in that third quarter allowed the Pistons to stay in the game. and some bad decisions on offense in the fourth that led to the Pistons in their comeback. So a lot to also break down in terms of that as well. 3-point shooting, though, shout out to the Bulls for defending this well. I think the Pistons gave us a little bit of a break on some moments, but I'm still going to give the Bulls defense credit. So good job. And we appreciate the Pistons missing those free throws because the Bulls were falling way too much in the second half and the Pistons missed some free throws. So we take those. We absolutely take those. So let's talk about what was happening early in this game, because this is where we're going to have to look at what was going wrong early and how the Bulls adjusted. And I want to show Isaac Okoro doing a really good job of fixing the perimeter defense early on. So to start this game, unfortunately, we have to show the bad to start this game, because this was really concerning for me out of the gate. I'm gonna bring up Epic Pen here. The screen's gonna go black when I press play, but bear with me, it'll show up soon. Come on Epic Pen. Talk about Io. It was so weird to me seeing the lineup of Giddey, Trey, Io, because we watched one year the Bulls team having in run point when in that lineup he is the third best ball handler. I mean, it's kind of nuts, right? But yeah, it is odd. But I mean, it also does show you like how much I think Io is versatile. Like he can play 1 through 3. He played some 4 last season, but like Io can do enough where it's like, yeah, I can put him at like a not ball handling spot. But it's nice to have him out there because, especially in transition opportunities, right? Like, you have that guy out there, even if he's not, like, the main ball handler. That was a crazy game. What's going on, Calvin? Yeah, it was a nuts game, bro. This was nuts. Bulls blew it, and then they won it. So, good job. All right. We got to watch this early, okay? So, this is the problem with what was happening early on. This exact action, and it was really making me annoyed to watch this from the Bulls. Switch here. This is fine. If you're Buzala still, you got to fight through this hard. Fight through this pick hard, and make sure you try to stay attached to Cunningham as much as you can. If Vucevic decides that he's going to step up here, which you're going to see that he does early on, then someone over here has to come on over. I don't care which one it is. Someone has to come on over, prevent the roll from getting an easy lob. And so, first thing I want to say, though, and this is good by the Pistons, you saw Duncan Robinson doing this. This causes confusion for the defense because now we don't really know who exactly is the weak role, the weak side guy to come on over to help on this. Because initially it looked like it was supposed to be Trey Jones because he was over here. Now Giddey is the guy and he doesn't come on over. And so there's many issues with exactly what happened here. I'm gonna go back one more time just to show, but just right off the bat, right? We see this team have an issue. So this is a fine switch. But the Bulls don't get through this. Like, Buzelis doesn't get through this screen well enough, right? There's too much separation between him and Cunningham, and he gets picked off, right? And so now Vucevic is forced to step up, and so if that roll does come on, then someone has to come over and stop this, right? And so we see that the Bulls, Buzelis doesn't get through the screen well enough. Vucevic is forced to step up. Here comes the roll. Giddey's not paying attention to the roll man. I'm not really sure why, honestly. But Giddey's just completely late and ends up with this. And we saw Cunningham and Duran do this twice early on in this game, right? And it was really annoying to watch. Luckily for us, Duran got into some foul trouble, but this was a bad start. And I even tweeted out saying that the Bulls pick and roll defense was terrible to start this game because that just cannot happen. That's way too easy. And I think we can all agree that that is way too easy of a possession. For the Pistons. So the Bulls have to do better when it comes to that sort of level of defense, right? So we're even gonna see here where I'm gonna call Io a little bit, but I'm also gonna just call out everybody else that was sort of involved in this play, because this is again another example where the Bulls do not do a good enough job to protect the rim. Let me see if I can find it here. Sorry, hold on, give me 1 second. So, I don't know if you guys remember this play, right? So, this was kind of a botched possession for the Pistons. And this is when the Bulls were going on their run a little bit. But I'm watching this and I'm just like, bro, like, come on. Like, we got to do better here, right? So, oh, sorry, we'll go back and watch the action. So, watch this possession. It's a little bit botched by the Pistons here. Vooch tips it out. Got to go back. We get it, right? So right now, there's 9 seconds left on the shot clock. Like, I'm hoping the Bulls can like get a good defensive possession out of this, but watch this, okay? Like, Io gets picked a little bit too much. Vooch is up. This is fine, right? Io needs to do just a tiny bit better job of getting through this. Try to stay attached, right? And he allows the separation right there, and that's where Cunningham gets the space to operate. This allows Stewart to roll, right? If you're giddy, you got to pick him up earlier. And this is a miss, but it's too easy, right? So this was what was happening early on in this game, and even a little bit later into the first quarter. But let me go ahead and show you some good possessions by the Bulls that I was honestly really impressed with their defensive effort. And namely, it was Isaac Okoro who was doing a really good job to prevent Cunningham from getting space to operate. And stuff like this is important, okay? This is where Okoro's value should lie consistently every single game. So let me go ahead and find this for us here. Sorry, hold on. Sorry, give me 1 second. What is it? I wrote down a time. It's not display. Sorry, give me 1 second here. Oh, that's free throws by the Bulls. Okay, cool. Honestly, oh, here it is. Nope, that's not it either. When was this? There we go. So let's watch this play. Okay. So it's not like amazing, right? Sound is leaking. Oh, really? Oh, why? Oh, wow. Okay. I thought I turned off the source for that, but thank you for that. I'm probably gonna get hit with copyright, so that's annoying. I appreciate that, Viper Strike. All right, let's watch this. So this is not like perfect by Okoro, but it's good effort, and this is what we need to see. Okay. This is good by what we see from Okoro here. So this is good by the Bulls, and this is something that I think Donovan did a good job with. They recognize what's going to happen here. Like, this is Spain action coming up, right? And so it puts the Bulls in a weird spot because it's like, all right, there's a screen here, and then there's another guy here. And so, like, Cunningham could, like, go anyway, right? And so if you're the Bulls, you want to try to match up right, and not have Vooch suddenly be guarding a perimeter guy. And so Okoro does a good job of making sure he doesn't allow Cunningham to get an absolute line drive here, okay? He stays attached, which is what we keep talking about, right? Forces a pass back out. Now, this is not exactly the way I would like to see this defended, but the Bulls did a good job of defending this overall with what they decided, okay? And this is because Cunningham's like not out here, that you're gonna see Vooch decide to do a drop coverage, right? And he's just gonna basically absorb Cunningham. So Okoro makes sure that he takes the screen as he should, right? Don't ever let Kay Cunningham reject the screen when it's in this sort of situation, right? And you see Okoro make sure that he takes Isaiah Stewart, and he stays on Stewart for this, because like the Bulls decide just to let Vooch just take Cunningham on this one. And you've kind of forced Cunningham to like a weird shot. Like, it's makeable, but like, I'll take that over what we saw earlier, right? From a pick and roll lob to Duran, for example, right? Like, that's stuff that like I'll take if I'm Billy Donovan. I'm like, all right, we can maybe force more weird hook shots out of these guys to prevent stuff that's like, you know, easy lobs to the basket. Let's then go ahead and talk about Ayo Dosunmu and his good defense here on Okoro, or sorry, on Levert, excuse me. So this play here, for example, we talk about perimeter defense, right? Like, this is what we consistently talk about, of fighting through screens and being a good point of attack defender. Okay, let's watch this play. So we're gonna see here, it's just gonna be a simple top the key screen and roll for Karis LeVert. Watch Ayo, okay? He gets screened by Isaiah Stewart. You fight through this, you try to stay attached, and he does a good job, right? He is just close enough, excuse me, and stays attached enough that he doesn't allow Karis LeVert to go this way, right? You make sure that you're forcing him into Vooch, and you don't allow a simple back pass, right, on this angle. So good job by Ayo here. Recovers, is now attached to him, right? This is what we need. This is what we're talking about. Good swipe by by Kevin Huerter, and he throw it back out, and now we have to reset. Good rotation here by Okoro. He understands that he needs to take this, right? Now the Bulls need to fix their defense, and someone needs to run out over here to Tobias Harris, but this is good, honestly. And so luckily Cunningham just decided to shoot this and he misses it. But it's the Bulls went from giving up pick and roll lobs, right, to then forcing out passes to the perimeter and forcing the Pistons to have to make decisions on the perimeter, right? This is good. So let me find this one play from Okoro that I'm still trying to find. That is a perfect example of his defensive effort tonight. And honestly, I'm really annoyed I haven't found it. I apologize. Honestly, I might have confused him with Io. Maybe that's what happened. Let me see here. Io's on Cunningham now. Honestly, I might have mixed them up. That's my bad. Here. Oh, that's not it either. Alright, yeah. I'll show the IO play later, and then I want to show Patrick Williams here. Like, this is a prime example of the Bulls doing much better in terms of one-on-one coverage. And Pat, like we talked about, was just playing scrappy tonight, and this is what we need to see, right? So let's watch this because it is like a simple play, but it can definitely be effective for this like Pistons squad against this Bulls defense, right? So I'll go back here. So let's watch this, right? It's Cunningham triggers, and then you're basically gonna see like hawk action, okay? Where you see this sort of action here. And what you're then gonna see is the Bulls decide not to switch this, which is I think is the right call, because they're trying to get Trey Jones onto Tobias Harris. But Patrick Williams, shout out to him, he fought through the screen, right? You fight through the screen, you stay attached, and you don't have the switch happen here, because this is a little bit like it would definitely be a mismatch if we had Trey Jones on Tobias Harris, which we saw that at moments tonight, which Trey Jones did a good job, but it's not ideal. It's not going to be something we want to see consistently. And so you see then the Bulls, this is just good individual defense by Pat. Like, he reads this so well, cuts off the initial drive baseline, forces him to spin back, and is just ready, right? Like, that is growth from Pat. And I would see more of it, but like that's really good because Harris is like a solid player. He's not like amazing. I'll definitely say that. But that's solid by Pat. We need more of that moving forward. All right, but let me see if I can find the IO play. Nope. Oh, here it is. Nope, that's not it. Where'd it go? Maybe I must have honestly mixed up some other play I had in the second quarter, maybe. I'm really annoyed by myself. Yeah, I must have mixed up some other play. So that is my fault, but shout out to Io on this play as well, and then also where I watch Trey Jones here. Just watch Trey Jones on this possession. Sorry, my pen is not working. But you're gonna see here that sorry, we're gonna go back. So actions here for 5-out offense, okay? this is typical. This is like pretty typical to see, but you're gonna see flare screens for Cunningham to potentially get an option here with the basketball. So Io decides to go under, which I think is the right decision here. I think this is pretty good by the Bulls. Like, this was clearly like something that they're looking at for Cunningham, and so he goes under, and then he plays this really well. Like, he gets cut off, right? But I appreciate the effort here by Io, even though he got kind of cut off on this play. He still got through this at a pretty decent timing, so that Cunningham isn't allowed to shoot this, right? Like, Cunningham's still thinking, oh crap, he might be right there, and so he prevents the three from happening, and then he's just flat out trailing. But good job here, Trey Jones, right? He comes on over, stops the drive, and forces out another pass out from the inside to the perimeter from the Pistons, and you basically you force this shot to happen. So, like, everything here for the Bulls, just like from the individual standpoint to the team defense in that first quarter, it was so much better after like the first couple of minutes. It was just so much better. Again, little miscues here and there, but it was a lot better. And so big props to these guys for coming on out and being like, all right, we're gonna make sure we slow down Cunningham. We're not gonna allow him to get easy buckets. We're gonna do our best here to try to force Cunningham out of some shots that he would normally be able to make or he'd be looking to take, and force the ball back out onto the perimeter. And so good job. Like, this is honestly a really solid job by the Bulls tonight in that first quarter, which then led to all these like outlets here for buckets. Like that Williams block that I just showed you, right? Like, this is what it leads to for the offensive end for the Bulls, and they did a good job of looking to get these sort of opportunities. So once again, Williams does a good job on Harris individually, predicts everything. We're off to the races. Trey Jones to Dosunmu, right? Like, continue this. This is great for the Bulls in these sort of spots. So I'm happy to see this first quarter. It was honestly like the best defense I've seen so far from this current squad from the preseason until now, and it was the best quarter of this game for the Bulls, just from top to bottom on both ends of the floor. So good job for the Bulls in this one. Now though, I need to show some things. Okay, there's some plays here that I'm like, I don't know what the Bulls are looking at defensively, but I was getting really nervous with how they were playing some of these actions. And namely, one of the plays that it came down to was a wide open three for Cunningham at the end of the game, and I was losing my mind. Okay, so just to give you an example of what the hell is happening here, okay, like, and this is where it's problematic from the Bulls. Okay, like, this is where, like, yeah, Cunningham missed a shot, but it's not really good defense by any means from this Bulls squad. Okay, let me show you this play, and I was losing my mind. I even tweeted something out about this that I was like, what are we doing? So let's go to this. Go back. Okay, and unfortunately, this is our front Isaac Okoro that we have to look at here. And maybe this involves Vooch, and Vooch doesn't know what he's doing. I don't care. Fix it, please. For the love of God, fix this. I don't care who's wrong. I just care that you fix it. Okay, so way action for Duncan Robinson. He clears out again. Okay, so that's a decoy from the Pistons. Okay, so now it's gonna be him sending pin down for Duran to come on up here, right? And so he's gonna be one setting the screen. So you see here, if you're the Bulls, hey, like, pick and roll. Obviously, Duran's a threat, but I need you to make sure that you get through this screen and guard Cunningham effectively, right? I don't know what happened on this play. Whether it's this miscommunication between these two guys, or Okoro just does not get through this, and maybe Duran definitely held him. Maybe that's the case. Like, and it's an offensive foul. The thing is, though, is that you're not going to get that call late in the game. Like, it's crunch time. The officials don't blow their whistle with these sort of plays. But either way, the Bulls need just to do better, because this happens, and I'm like, dear Lord, like, I don't know what you guys think. I think this is terrible defense, and yeah, maybe Duran's definitely holding this guy, but the Bulls gotta react. Okay, whether that's Vooch needs to step up, or Okoro needs to just fight through this better, or someone needs to come on over and like offer support to show, hey Vooch, I got your man if you step up here. Someone's got to offer support. But this was happening. I was just like, God, I'm so like the Bulls just, they're killing me with like that sort of defense. He misses, and luckily he missed it. Like, dear Lord, it wasn't pretty by the Bulls down the stretch here. So that was a prime example of just like, yikes. We need to address that. So again, whether it is that the Bulls are it's a miscue, or if it's just that miscommunication, or hey, yeah, maybe Duran definitely got away with something. The Bulls gotta find a way to just be better. Fight through the screen better. Try to do anything in your willpower to draw the offensive foul. Anything just to try to get a better defensive possession on Cunningham on that play. But yeah, it's got to take something for Bulls. Like, I don't care what it is, just fix it, please. I was not happy with that defensive possession at all. Now let's talk about what Cunningham was starting to do then, right? Because Cunningham was starting to cook us later in the game, right? And it's a prime example of just the Bulls not doing enough defensively to stop him from getting these easier looks inside. And Cunningham was just getting to the rim and finishing through contact consistently. And it was really frustrating to watch. I'm trying to find a timestamp. Sorry, give me 1 second here. Where is that one? Oh, here it is. Yeah. So compare this defense that we talked about earlier in the game, right? Where we're seeing the defenders effectively fight over screens, and unfortunately, I don't want to pick on him because it's like I don't expect good defense from Giddey, right? But we got to do better than this. And whether it is Vooch or whether it is Giddey, I don't really care who it is. But Pistons decided that they're going to try to get the switch, and it's smart by them, right? And so you have the double screen action, double staggers here. But if you're Giddey, like, fight through this, right? You had the opportunity to get through this, but you didn't get through this enough. And he's a big enough body that I feel like that he can get through this one. Too much separation though, and Vooch is down low here, and so you're playing this ice coverage against this pick and roll. Giddey then eventually recovers, but I don't know what the Bulls are doing. Okay, like, are you gonna commit? Is Giddey gonna actually like come over and fully pick him back up? Is Vooch gonna commit onto Cunningham? I need to know, right? This is just not good enough though, and you just see Cunningham's just a lot of stick here, and this happens. Like, I lost my mind when he got this shot off. I'm like, guys, like, commit, do something. Whether it's Vooch, you double team him, whether it's Giddey, you get back onto him, whether it's Buzos, come over and help, which is probably another thing that the Bulls could have done better tonight. You gotta stop him at some point. Like, he can't just stand there in the paint and just be like, fake, oh, free shot. Like, we can't allow that to happen. The most important thing in basketball is the basketball. And I'm watching these guys on this pick and roll, and it's like, it seems like no one wants to commit. Like, hello, the basketball is there. So Vooch, like, either commit to it, Giddey, get back in front of him, Buzelis, like, actually come on over and commit to stopping this. But he's here. He's like 10 feet away from the rim. Like, do something, and you allow him to get that. Like, I've never seen this where I'm like, bro, like, how is someone just allowed to stay in the paint for like 2 seconds and just be like, oh, boop. Like we just can't have that happen in this. The Bulls were forcing those sort of plays out back onto the perimeter early, right? So whether it is that Buzelis needs to just come on over, or Vooch has to commit because he knows that Trey Jones is back there, right? You cannot allow stuff like this to happen, especially late game. Like, crunch time is about making sure that you defend the paint at all costs. But the Bulls were just letting stuff like this happen consistently. I was like, God, man. It was frustrating. It was just so frustrating to watch. So yeah, I hope I made my point defensively, that stuff like this just, like, it was pissing me off. The points in the paint were just piling up for the Pistons, and it was just too simple. Like, I'll pull up this one play. I wasn't planning to talk about this one, but like, if you're the Bulls, again, like, everything's paint, right? Like, and maybe this is why Kevin Huerter got taken out of the game. But bro, Like, I don't know about you guys, but this just, great pass by Cunningham. Like, give him credit, but there's not even a screen on this play, guys. Like, I'm being dead serious. Stewart doesn't set a screen. This isn't even a screen, okay? Stewart is just standing there, and I don't know what Kevin Huerter's doing, but like, we can't be serious, guys. Like, there were just so many plays at the end of this game that I'm like, bro, like, it requires little to no effort to do something better than this. And again, this is not even a screen. This is not even a screen by Isaiah Stewart. This is legitimately Thompson just running, just moving. He's just going this way, and this is like Huerter just opens up the inside pass for him. Like, I cannot for the life of me understand this from Huerter. I don't get it. Like, there's no screen. You know that this guy cannot shoot the 3-ball. So if Thompson catches it here, so be it. Like, if Thompson catches it from 20 feet out, like, so be it. I don't care. Like, what is this? I don't understand what this is. I'm lost from seeing this from Huerter. So, like, these sort of mistakes were just starting to pile up on the Bulls throughout that second half, and I was losing my mind. Seeing the Pistons just pound the paint, and find ways to just come back into this game. And so, yeah, great pass from Cunningham, good job by Thompson to finish it. But I just, God, man, I was frustrated. So that's my defensive talk for today. I hope you guys enjoyed. So I sincerely appreciate you guys listening. But really quickly before we move on from video, I want to show you, I think, 2 plays. I'll have to double check it here on my phone, but I want to show you 2 plays here that I was like, hey, like that's cool from Donovan. And I'm interested to see what you guys think about it if you're willing to have some of these discussions, because I think this is something that we need to look at more. And I won't lie, like, I've criticized sometimes Donovan when it comes to his offense, and like last season, for example, like, I wasn't that critical because I think Donovan did a good job overall. I think Donovan did a decent job of making sure, like, okay, like we're gonna run these certain actions and jack up the threes and play fast, etc. Right? But let me see here if I can pull up what I'm looking for, because like I was honestly pretty impressed with what Donovan was looking at for getting Buzelis some on-ball opportunities, right? And finding ways to get him shots at the rim, opportunities with the basketball to look for drives to the basket and get shots at the rim. So let's talk about this one. Where is it?
Trey Jones sticks around. Smith in year 2 of a contract. Williams in the second year of his 5-year deal. Whistle and a foul. Duncan Robinson.
That is not the play. Sorry, give me 1 second. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Okay. So it is 9. Oh, yep. Let's watch this, okay? So this play does not even end up into like anything like in the box score for the Bulls in this play, okay? But all this play is a setup to get Buzelis a mismatch, okay? And I give Donovan a lot of credit for this play because it's honestly pretty smart of him to find ways to like move around the defense so that they're kind of forced into this sort of defensive possession where it's not exactly a great spot for them right off the bat and they're forced to foul. So let's watch, right? So a lot of times with the Bulls, we've seen this before, right? Like it looks like horns, right? but this can flip instantly, right? We've seen the Bulls flip this instantly, where it's suddenly like Jalen Smith's here, and you see like someone comes up here, right? Io goes here, and suddenly it's 5 out. So the Bulls can like move around this offense really easily within the system. But you see here, this is pin down here action. It's potentially, if it would be zoom action, I think. Yeah. So either way though, you're gonna see Buzelis gonna come over here off the screen from Jalen Smith. But as this is happening, Patrick Williams is slowly creeping up here, right? And he's acting as if, oh, hey, look, a flare screen is coming, right? So this is masked from a play that we've seen from the Bulls a lot, where you see someone come up here and Io would like float over this way, taking the screen, and he might be open over here for a flare option for the Bulls, right? Instead, though, you're gonna see what Dosunmu decides to do, right? He doesn't even really kind of use the screen. He just kind of like brushes past it. And so now this is a clear out from Io, right? Io is clearing out of this as we're looking at this play. And now, knowing that who Patrick Williams was initially guarding, right? Or who was initially guarding Patrick Williams, excuse me, you know it's Duncan Robinson. So immediately, Donovan picked this play out because it's like, oh, Duncan Robinson is on Patrick Williams. So let's get this action where like the Pistons are so worried about potentially a flare or a back cut, right? That they're going to be so concerned about everything that if we end up just getting a simple pick and roll, we'll get the switch, okay? And so all this action, right? This takes Cunningham out of the play. I was moving Cunningham out of this action, and so Robinson is like, okay, well now I have to guard this. And good screen by Pat. This is a really good screen by Pat here. And now it's 1-on-1, right? At this point, Duncan Robinson is at Buzelis' mercy, right? And we're gonna show from later in this game that Buzelis just absolutely can cook him, right? Duncan Robinson's not a good defender, but if we're ever concerned, like, hey, can Buzelis score on guys like Duncan Robinson who like have like decent size overall, but he's not really a good defender, but like his size could be maybe an issue? It's not an issue for Buzelis, right? And you see here, it's just a 1-on-1 opportunity, and Robinson is just, or sorry, it was actually this play here, but Robinson was getting cooked. Like there's I don't really see a way for Robinson to defend this, but it's a straight ISO. Like if you actually see how the Bulls played this, right, it is just a straight ISO for Buzelis. And I love seeing this play because I'm like, all right, Philly's trusting Buzelis now to get these sort of opportunities, and I want to see more of this for Buzelis. And I was kind of hoping for more of this down the stretch because I do think that like there's a lot on Trey Jordan's shoulders to end this game. But if you can do these sort of plays that kind of are masked as like, oh, like flare screens coming or horn sets coming up here, but instead though, hey, we're doing an ISO play to get Buzelis a mismatch. Like this puts the defense in a weird spot, and Bulls did a great job. Like this is honestly a really good job by Donovan and his play design, and the Bulls got exactly what they wanted. And I wish there wasn't a foul called here. Like I wish I would have seen Buzelis and what he could have done here, because it's just a straight clear out, right? Nothing else is happening. Jalen Smith decides, all right, I'm moving up here. Patrick's gonna go try to bring Thompson all the way down below the rim. Like it's just a straight clear out, go. And I love it. Like hence why we talk about mismatches in the NBA and why ISOs for these sort of plays, like they're so effective, is because if there's a mismatch 1-on-1 with the perimeter shooting that you should have on your squad, right? Like it's so hard to be put on an island when you're not the best defender against a guy that is significantly taller than you and more skilled on the offensive end. Like it is a tough spot to be as a defender and a tough spot for the defense. And so if Buzelis can be this sort of guy, to be this sort of on-ball ISO option against mismatches, I can't rave enough about how much I'm looking forward to his development this season. Because let me show you what exactly he can do when he's given the opportunity to go ahead and take an ISO against a poor defender. Something that the Bulls should be constantly seeking out, especially on the perimeter, as that's where it's a way to break down the defense consistently, if that is the case. And so shout out to Vucevic for being a good teammate and telling Buzelis, hey, take this, okay? Which is honestly pretty big, because when it comes to Vucevic, right, like he's a vet, right, and he can, you know, he very clearly right now has full faith in Buzelis to be taking a one-on-one opportunity, right? So Bulls get the miss here. Buzelis gets the rebound. We're off to the races, and the Pistons don't match up well. Just so happens that Duncan Robinson is on Matas Buzelis, and so watch as Vooch is pointing and saying like, "Hey, take him!" Right? This is all you. This is all you. We're spreading the floor, and you can even see Kevin Huerter, who was like thinking about going this way. He decided to move back. He's going away from the play. Right? Straight up ISO. Get out of the way. Let him go to work. Make the defense forced to double team him in a rough spot, and the defense is not cooked immediately. Buzelis picks up his dribble here, right? Boom, 2, gets the finger roll layup out of it. It's insane to see how well this guy has developed in just one offseason, and that was from his rookie season. Okay, to see this from Buzelis this season already is incredible. I'm utterly shocked, but I'm also just so happy to see this. He's so clean with it, and the left-handed finishes are only gonna honestly get better as he gets stronger. Like it is honestly so impressive to see this. So I'm right there. Like these sort of plays, I'm paying attention to this moving forward. If I'm the Bulls, like you got to make sure that you get these sort of possessions for Buzelis. This is also with the bad ankle with where he turned it. So I was really impressed with what I saw from Buzelis all game. Both ends of the floor, he was doing really good. Yeah, I can't rave enough about him. So keep feeding him. He missed his 3-point shots tonight. So what? Take 5 more next game, and shoot it all with confidence, which I have full faith that he's going to do that. So I'm looking forward to seeing next game against a very good Orlando Magic team defensively that also match up with him height-wise and size-wise, right? Can he find ways to create advantages against some of the bigger defenders, more lengthy defenders that the Magic have? Magic also have a lot more rim protection than the Detroit Pistons, so there's going to be size everywhere on the floor when it comes to that Orlando matchup. So can Buzelis still find ways to get mismatches or still create advantages even with all that size and length on the floor for the Magic? We will see. This is the next steps, right? For him to be doing well and consistently being taking advantage of his on-ball opportunities to become that sort of all-star caliber player that we're hoping he can become. So I'm looking forward to it, man. It's a great start to the season, honestly, for Buzelis. It is very, very, very good to see. So very encouraging. All right. With that being said, though, film breakdown is done. I want to go ahead and just end it there. I'm pretty sure we can always talk about more, but it is again film breakdown, so I try to keep it as short as we can. Yeah. Sorry. All right. Let's move on here. I do want to talk about the Buzelis. Unfortunately, I do want to talk about this. I'm concerned a little bit, but I'm sure we all saw it. But we're gonna go to the third quarter here. We're gonna talk about Buzelis getting fouled and then twisting his ankle. So this play really concerned me. Like I'm honestly really concerned for Buzelis right now. Moving forward here. I'm gonna hope he's all right. Like he's young and everything, and he was able to go out and shoot the free throws and get back onto the court, and obviously had a really good game to finish, right? But here's the play if you happen to have missed it. But he's gonna take this 3 in transition. Duran, sorry, Duran is closing out, and you're gonna pay attention to this right here. Duran does not give him landing space, right? And so Buzelis comes down on Duran's foot and twists his ankle. And so you're gonna see Buzelis as he falls here. He immediately grabs the ankle, and like all Chicago just like held their breath for a second, because it's just like, oh my god, he's the last guy the Bulls need going down right now. That would be absolutely treacherous if the Bulls happen to have him and just suddenly have a major ankle sprain to start the season. But again, he stayed in the game. He shot the free throws. He stayed in the game, and I showed a play where he cooked Duncan Robinson later in the game. So he moved pretty well, honestly, later. But My only thing is just this, like I'm always so concerned when it comes to these like lower body injuries. These players are one of the best, like they're some of the best athletes in the damn world. They can do a lot of things that are insane in the current moment, especially in the middle of a game. And so I'm sure that, Buzelis is, amazing, like in like shape and everything, and is just incredible work he's done in his body. It helped him here, but I also know that adrenaline is being pumped through him at this current moment in time. Like, he just twisted his ankle in the middle of an NBA game, and it's also the first game of the season. So I'm like really concerned, honestly, that the adrenaline really helped him finish this game. But then come tomorrow, which I think is the biggest thing we got to look at, like, I'm worried how much that ankle's swelling. So I'm hoping just a slight tweak, but the way he reacted didn't seem like it was a slight tweak. But maybe it was more so just him, like, being nervous about how bad it was, and that's why he grabbed it, which that is definitely fair. Like, if you're someone like Buzelis, like, you don't want any sort of thing happening to your ankles. And so, like, your mind kind of plays tricks on you, but I'm more concerned about tomorrow and then the day after. The Bulls play on Saturday, so, like, Salty Solution's saying in chat right now, like, it is definitely great that the Bulls have 2 days off, because it will give Matas some more time to heal. But I am... I'm just concerned at what we're gonna see about tomorrow. That's all I'm gonna say. I hope he doesn't show up on the injury report. I'm sure Buzelis can play through it. He'll play through it, but also don't risk anything. Like, we don't need to risk anything right now. If he can't play, he can't play. It's one game, right? Let's just be smart. I'm just hoping that ankle isn't feeling too bad tomorrow as he wakes up and everything, because it's gonna be tough for him. So we'll see how that's all gonna work out. Bye. There's that that I wanted to just go ahead and discuss earlier on, or we talked about it earlier on in the stream. I want to bring it up here later. I know that there was something else that I said that I was gonna put down for later in the stream, and now I'm forgetting, of course. Forgetting. Maybe Salty Solution knows. I don't remember, honestly, and I'm quickly glancing through this, so I sincerely do apologize, but there's something else that I was supposed to talk about, and I completely forgot. And I'm not talking about, like, the Bulls' future or anything like that. I thought it was something else for this game. Maybe I'm wrong. All right. Anyway, rather not risky. Everyone knows how good our medical staff team is. Yeah, I'm with you. The thing is, though, is that, like, the one hope I have for Buzelis is just that, like, he moved really well after this. So, like, I'm gonna really think that, like, he's not, like, the dunk that he had over Stewart, which we'll show here. Like, I'm gonna think that if the ankle is, like, having some, like, serious issue, like, there's no way he's able to do that. Like, this dunk over he had over Stewart. Like, I honestly don't think that's possible, but I don't know, honestly. Like, he is also just insane as a human being. Where was it, honestly? Where was it? Well, it was not that one, was it? Where? Oh, it was this. Was it this one? Yeah, I mean, first off, a little bit botched here by the Bulls, but good cut, and boom. Like, I'm gonna hope that, like, there's no way Buzelis is able to do this if, like, his ankle's, like, all, like, screwed or anything, but well, who knows? Again, adrenaline's a big thing, but good 45 cut here. This is 45 cut by Buzelis from the angle, 45 angle. Good recognition, and just absolutely slamming it home over Isaiah Stewart, who even blocked it, but he was still able to get it through. So honestly, insane. It's just, there's just so much from Buzelis in this game that I'm just like, oh my god, I'm like so happy about what he's doing in this game. Yeah, the alley-oop dunk later from Trey Jones as well, which is just like, this guy, man, like, he's already showing just how insane of a player he is, that he's able to handle the ball that effectively with his current size, but he's also just insanely athletic, and moves so well with his body, and he's able to do dunks like that, and he got blocked but still able to finish it effectively. Like, There's a lot, bro. There's a lot. I'm really excited, man, about him moving forward. All right. That being said, though, unless anyone else here has anything to talk about when it comes to this game, I do want to go ahead and check some of the other NBA scores because obviously there's a lot of games tonight, and then I want to talk about also NBC and everything that they did. Talk about Michael Jordan, coming back, and his segments that are gonna be. I don't know how much people look forward to those segments, but that's definitely gonna be something. But any last thoughts on the Bulls win over the Pistons tonight, which was honestly a really impressive win, and you held on down the stretch here. Hell of a win, honestly. All right, I want to quickly look at some of these box scores and everything. So, I heard that Mitchell had an insane quarter. It clearly wasn't enough for the Cavs, so this is an interesting game. The Knicks don't have Mitchell Robinson or Josh Hart. Let's see what happened here. So Brunson kind of struggled. Great game from OG. Allen was maybe not going to play today, but he played and put up a double-double. Honestly, I don't know. God, I mean, if you're the Cavs, bro, like I know you're missing Darius Garland and Max Strus, but I don't know. I feel like you should maybe win this one. So Charlotte beat Brooklyn. That's interesting. So I was paying attention to this game all night, like throughout this Bulls game. But the match ended up coming up top. I saw that Norman Powell. Yeah, Powell had a pretty good game. His efficiency is really good. So great game from Powell. Obviously the Heat are missing Tyler Hero, but bam, oh boy. Let's see here. Wagner and all right, yeah, it's Wagner and Bankero. Desmond Bane also just very clearly just fit in. So Suggs was maybe a no-go tonight, but he was able to play. So big game for the Magic to win that one. Raptors beat the Hawks. I did not expect this. I was not expecting this one at all. I thought the Hawks would definitely beat the Raptors, but I saw that the Raptors doing a really good job of like trapping Trae Young like anytime he had the ball, and so like he was like basically forced to pass it. Dyson Daniels had a rough game in this one. He had 5 fouls like or so. Now the 76ers, and I know Hyper Strike talked about VJ Edgecombe. This is insane. Like VJ Edgecombe, some of the highlights he showed, bro, I saw on Twitter. I was like, oh my god, man, this guy is so insane. But the 76ers get this win with Embiid not fully in game shape, so Embiid's not playing like all 48 minutes and everything, and he had a horrible game, it looks like. But these two guys, bro, like this backcourt might just honestly just be enough for the 76ers, and you'll get like 30 games of Paul George, I guess. But these two guys are just insane. I'm definitely gonna be looking to watch this game, like the extended highlights and everything, because I mean, the stuff I saw from Edgecombe on Twitter, bro, oh my lord. Yeah, the Celtics lost this one. I should have won this one, honestly, but it's early on. My early most improved player is not doing so hot. This is not a good start for my most improved player campaign for Peyton Pritchard, so he needs to step it up. But that is interesting. The Bulls beat the Pistons, we saw that. All right, Grizzlies beat the Pelicans. I saw the Pelicans were winning this game for a long time, so I'll definitely go watch this one. I just want to see how Zion did, and he had a pretty good game. Nice game from Zion, and then who played for the? Ooh, okay, Ja was actually playing this one. That's great. So we had the classic Zion matchup, and Ja looked like he did a lot, but I'm sure there was others that were involved here. I completely forgot KCP's on the Grizzlies. Like that is just a move that just is out of my brain from this offseason. Like that just didn't happen because of the Desmond Bane trade. All I think about is the Desmond Bane trade, not the Kentavious Caldwell-Pope went to the Memphis. That just is not in my head. Oh, wow, hell of a game from Ja, looks like, and I'll look and see what else happened here. All right, the Bucks beat the Wizards. That's not shocking. All right, Giannis is on his MVP campaign. Look at that, 37 and 14. Wow. All right, so it is typical Giannis carries. This is not good for the Bucks. Like this is good. I am very concerned about this. This is not good. Like Turner has to do more. I I have no faith in Kuzma, but honestly, he had a nice game. Bobby Portis only had 2 points. All right, I'll be watching this game. I think I want to see how the Bucks look, because this is not great in terms of box score numbers. But they gave 120 points to the Wizards. I don't know how I feel about that one. If you're the Milwaukee Bucks, we want to see the Nuggets play their new guys, real center help for Jokic. Bro, I'm looking forward to tomorrow, because we get to see the Nuggets play the Warriors. Oh man, that's gonna be a hell of a game. Yeah, Cam Johnson, Bruce Brown's back. Like, you have Valanciunas over there. Like, that's gonna be a really good look for the Nuggets, just to kind of see where they're at. We obviously got, you know, a look at the Nuggets in preseason, but yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to that game for sure. This game, bro, I saw that the Jazz were up at like 78-47 at one point. Like, I think it was at halftime, honestly. What the hell happened here? I could not believe my eyes when I saw this, bro. Like, this is just like, what happened? I'm lost with what happened here for the Clippers. Your lord. So yeah, no one really had a good game besides Zubac, I guess. But yeah, this is not good for the Clippers. This your centers did most of the work tonight, and you have Kawhi and others. So I don't know what happened here. So yeah, this is an unacceptable loss by the Clippers, honestly. Like, the West is so stacked that, like, these sort of L's in the West are just so hurtful, because you're gonna go and win and lose a bunch of these other games where they're just absolute boxing matches, but you have to beat the teams you're supposed to beat, and this is just like, oh god, man. Like, I don't know what happened here. So I'll definitely look at the highlights. I did not catch a single bit of this game, so I just saw the box score, or sorry, I just saw the score. I didn't even look at the box score. I was just like, what the hell happened in this one, bro? And the Jazz are up by like 30 plus. We talked about this one here. I'll definitely be watching Wembanyama highlights. Suns Kings. I know the Kings were winning at one point. What happened? All right, cool. We have the Levine and DeRozan show back yet again. Russ did play. Okay, I did not know if Russ was going to play in this one, and they lost this. Did Booker go off? Yeah, he did. Bro, I won't lie. Like, I know that the Suns, like, they got some guys, right? But I have little faith in the Suns this season. Like, I put them 14th in the West in my standings. I have little faith. But they got to win over the Kings, so maybe I should have more faith. But I mean, it's the Kings, so I don't know how to feel about this. But Booker, looks like he did his thing. Dylan Brooks was 9 of 24. But I know there's a lot for the Suns to, like, kind of work through right now, but I have very little faith in their future and everything. And then unfortunately for the Bulls and their draft pick here, this is not good. I think I saw the Trailblazers winning at one point, so it's unfortunate that they didn't pull out the win. And I can't pull out the box score for some reason. NBA, well, go to watch. What the hell is happening? I want to see the box score, bro. All right, cool. I guess the box score is just broken. Let me go to ESPN, I guess. Sorry, hold on. I see someone in chat. Kings are assembled like an old 2K team. Honestly, yeah. They're I can't even explain how bad that Kings roster is looking. Yeah. I don't feel good about the Kings at all. Was a play to pull the Bulls play down to their level. Oh, bro. I mean, maybe for the Clippers. It's so shocking. It's like, you're facing the Jazz. Like, maybe I'm underestimating the Jazz this season, but again, it's one game. But I mean, I have the Jazz firmly 15th in the West. I don't really see a reason why I shouldn't. But that was just, what the hell am I looking at? All right, box score here for the Minnesota Timberwolves and Portland Trailblazers game, because I think that, unless I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure the Trailblazers were winning at one point. But all right, Shaden Sharp's most improved campaign is not off to a good start. Denny Avdia was all right. Holiday was 5 of 15. Jeremy Grant had the most points. Okay, wow. Honestly, I'm kind of shocked that it was even close. Ant Edwards is on his MVP campaign. Yeah, solid games, I guess, all around. I'll definitely be watching these highlights, though. I'm interested to see how this game happened and how well it got. I mean, Ant has to do so much for this Wolves squad that it's scary. My Nas Reed pick for 6th man of the year is not going off to a good start. But God, man, like Ant had to do so much in this game and just to beat the Trailblazers. So early games though, there's obviously early games. We got a lot to look at moving forward from here on out. Yeah. DJ and Scott Perry, I don't know if most of the moves were made before Scott Perry or if he made the moves, but I don't know. So I know, like, for example, like before everything before this offseason was before Scott Perry, right? Like if Scott Perry was in the Kings front office, there's no way in hell Levine is on the Kings right now. Like there's just no way. So I know that for sure. Like everything before the offseason hit was before Scott Perry. But I still don't know what they're doing. Like Scott Perry still is making weird decisions for me. I don't know what they're doing. You're talking about hoops on a podcast consistently before they got the job. Ah, I see. That's interesting. That is quite interesting by the Kings, bro. Are you new here, Matt Adept, or have you checked in on the channel before? I'm not. I don't recognize your name, so I do apologize if you've been here before. But are you new to the channel? But I appreciate you tuning in. I sincerely appreciate it. It's late night, and we're still going strong. I think it's feasible for them to flip a lot of the scores they have for pieces. I think it was feasible in the offseason to flip DeRozan. They didn't. You're not trading that Levine contract at this point. I think you're kind of stuck with him, just because of how the CBA is working and everything. So I don't really know what the plan is for that. They decided to re-sign or extend Keegan Murray for an overpriced contract. That made no sense. And then you bring in Westbrook and Schroeder, which, I mean, like, I don't love the fit for either. I like Westbrook more overall, but like, I'm very much aware Westbrook's like near the end of his career, so I don't really know what I'm gonna get from him. Schroeder is like not always consistent, but like he can be good in terms of like being like a decent scorer. But he's like he plays like all right defense, but it's not anything great. Yeah. But I don't know about the Kings trading either Levine or DeRozan. Like I think there's maybe a chance you trade DeRozan, but like I think the issue with DeRozan is just if you're ever trading DeRozan, he's gonna have to accept some sort of like really like a lesser role somewhere. Like DeRozan in like crunch time is very valuable. DeRozan though in the first 3 quarters I just don't think is as valuable. Because he just doesn't shoot threes and he's mid-range heavy. This is a free throw line a decent amount, but he doesn't like he takes charges defensively, but that's it. Levine is definitely more of a guy that I can see being effective for like kind of any squad. Defensively, you're not going to get much from him, but yeah, I don't really know how you're going to trade that contract at this point because there's a lot of teams trying to like set themselves up for cap space, and like it's a pretty massive salary this season, so yeah, it's gonna be tough. Matt Skizzy not. Oh yeah. Okay, I know that name. Yeah. All right, you just changed your name. Gotcha. I see you back making content these days. Really fun stuff. I appreciate it, man. Yeah. This is like I'm being dead serious. Like this is probably the best I felt first, like in terms of like health wise. This is the best I felt heading into a bowl season. I'm still unfortunately like, I got sick in September, and I still have like this cough going on. But besides the cough, I feel great. That's always prevented me from making content consistently. So I'm really happy to be making content consistently to start the year. But I'm also just being given opportunities, man. Like I honestly cannot stress enough for just how grateful I am about the opportunity to be writing for On Tap Sports and that. People reached out to me to write for them, and so yeah, I mean, you guys are gonna be basically getting like an article per week from me on this website. So not only are you gonna be getting stuff like the consistent YouTube streams, and then I'm planning on doing consistent videos, but I mean, we'll see. But yeah, I mean, I think the writing is also great to have for my content. So yeah, I'm really happy to be doing content, and I'm hoping it's gonna be a good content year for me. So yeah, I appreciate it a lot. Like all supports, comments, likes, and just watching vids or just reading articles. It all adds up. So I sincerely do appreciate all the support. Yeah, good to see you, man. I'm happy you jumped back in the chat and started talking. That's awesome. Because I know some people they come here once and then I never see them again. I feel bad. Yeah, this should be a good year, honestly. The preseason streams have been awesome. Like the preseason streams have just been fantastic. So I've thoroughly enjoyed the preseason streams, and then like this stream, like this first stream of the first post game stream, I should say, of this season has been an absolute banger. So the community has been awesome. The vibes are awesome. I hope I'm providing good content, because like I know, for example, like I'm gonna be doing a lot of film breakdown this season and hopefully not getting copyrighted by it, but like that, the film breakdown for me is like really important. But I'm aware like there's like no chat interaction in that moment. So but I still am gonna continue doing it, and hopefully we continue having, you know, people tune in for it every now and then. I might have to make film breakdown like a video segment, honestly, for later YouTube videos. But yeah, I bookmarked our site. Hey, I appreciate that, man. Yeah, link is in. If you have not checked out my OnTap Sportsnet articles, link to my article pages are in the pinned comment, so check it out. First article is about Kobe White and him setting the 40% target for 3-point shooting, and I kind of broke down in this article of like how can he get there, like what's the impact of it. Second article was about the Bulls preseason numbers and kind of what we saw from preseason on both ends of the floor. Not a lot of positives, honestly. The stats are very much against the Bulls from their preseason performance. But hey, it's preseason at the end of the day, and the Bulls were able to pull out a win tonight that I was not expecting whatsoever. Like I thought this Pistons team was gonna come out and punch us in the mouth, honestly. But the Bulls instead punched them in the mouth, and they were able to hold on to the lead enough to get the victory tonight. So shout out to them. Shout out to Vooch. Vooch is not someone I was expecting to just suddenly play great. All right. How many of you guys, I want to know this because we're gonna move on to another topic here, and even if you don't participate, it's totally fine. I just want to talk about it. Thank you guys for listening to me monologue. I sincerely appreciate it. But I want to talk about this, man. Okay, so I was hyped as hell yesterday for obviously the NBA season starting is always great. It's always a great time in the year to have the NBA back and getting consistent games every week and everything. But I was, God, my voice cracked. That I'm so sorry. I was just super excited though about the NBC broadcast. So I briefly talked about it earlier, but I was not around during the NBC era for the NBA back in the 90s. Like I was born in the early 2000s, so I was not around for that time when the NBC was on in the 90s, or for the NBA was on NBC in the 90s. But I was really looking forward to that broadcast because I knew who they hired. Like I was just so ready for the NBA to move on from TNT that I'm like, I just going to some other network that I know is not ESPN is just like, all right, this is a win. Like we don't have to listen to Kendrick Perkins, we don't have to listen to Stephen A. Okay, and then for the TNT side, we don't have to listen to, you know, Shaq, Kenny, and Chuck just complain about the way that the game is played and complain about certain individuals that are on the court and not hyping up the game, right? I'm very much aware that like the pregame show for the NBC broadcast, like there wasn't anything really that special about it, but to me, that's what it should be. Like the pregame and postgame shows, like they're there. The whole purpose of that is to either preview a matchup and like point out certain important factors of potentially the matchup, point out certain key matchups, point out certain key players, talk about some storylines heading into the game, right? The last thing though that we need in a pregame show is to be highlighting the people on the show and having them, you know, make clips to farm on Twitter or say ridiculously stupid, you know, hot takes to get all the engagement, right? Like I don't need to hear Chuck talk about how much he hates the Lakers. Like, I just don't need to hear that. And of course, you know, well, Chuck will bring up the Lakers when the Lakers aren't even playing that day. So, like, I was, as much as, like, people will not really remember what was really said from Maria Taylor, from Vince Carter, from Carmelo Anthony, and from Tracy McGrady, like, I still think they did a good job. They did a good job of highlighting the key players. They highlighted how important it is that it's ring night for the Oklahoma City Thunder. They made sure that they talked about the acquisitions that we saw from the Houston Rockets this past offseason, right? Who obviously came in KD and who's out. And then they talked about key injuries with Fred VanVleet being out. Like, that's also huge. But at the same time, you saw none of these guys, and they're all very, like, global faces. They were all all-stars, and, you know, many of them are MVPs. Or sorry, not MVPs. They're all, multiple guys are in the Hall of Fame, right? And T-Mac and Melo. And did Vince Carter make it? Honestly, I don't know if I don't even know if he's allowed to even get in yet. But, like, these guys are very knowledgeable about the game, and they're a little bit more current to what the game was played, and at least T-Mac's less current. But, you know, Melo and VC, they retired recently. So, I think they did a good job pregame. And then the NBC broadcast, bro, like, when we cut to then the ring ceremony, and then to the banner being put up, to then the starting lineup, like, NBC did such a good job of showing, like, hey, it's the start of the NBA season, y'all. It's a big game tonight. Like, the NBA is back, but it's a humongous matchup tonight. And I'm just so happy just to see a really good broadcast for the NBA product. It was from pregame to for the two games. Like, halftime was solid. It wasn't anything great, but it was solid. But the broadcast in the middle of the game with Mike Tirico on the call, Reggie Miller is definitely not my favorite commentator, but having Jamal Crawford there, like, Jamal Crawford had a lot of really good insight in that game, and it's amazing what can happen when you have a network that actually cares about the product they're broadcasting. From the start they start covering, like the start of the coverage to the end, it was a great broadcast from NBC. There's definitely some things that I want to see fixed. Like, there's some little tweaks here and there. I think the score bug, you know, needs to show the timeouts a little bit more consistently and stuff like that. But we made sure that we created the feeling this was a big game. Like, it's a big night. And they did a great job. So I'm personally looking forward to all the NBC broadcasts this season. I'm also just happy it's available over the air. So people can go ahead and watch. You know, if you just have an antenna, like, most streaming services allow you to get your local channels. So NBC5 is broadcasted nationally. So, like, it's such a good thing for the NBA, and I think you're gonna see that this new TV deal is absolutely worth it for the NBA early on. I'm not happy with ESPN, as always. Like, I hate ESPN. I hate their coverage of the NBA. I hate Perkins. I hate the fact that you know, Inside the NBA is now on ESPN. But to have NBC, and to hopefully this prime coverage is also gonna be good. The NBA has also reworked the NBA TV coverage. Like, it should be a really good season where it's like fans should be looking to tune into these nationally broadcasted games, even if it's not the best, like, matchup. Like, I still think, like, what the NBA needs to do, and I hope that these people do it, is, like, even if it's not the best matchup, like, you know that one team's gonna get wrecked that night, okay? Or it's like, you know, there's most likely a team's gonna win. Like, they should still be highlighting the good players that are gonna be playing on the floor that night. And I'm hoping that in some of these bad, like, worst matchups that we're gonna get throughout the season that are gonna be nationally broadcasted, like, you should still be highlighting certain guys and showing, you know, how, like, what each team does well, and not coming into the game saying, like, you know, this game doesn't really matter that much. Like, you know, I don't really know why people should be watching this game. Honestly, like, whenever the inside crew did that, I just got so pissed. Because, like, even for me, for example, it's like, I'm an NBA just absolute nerd, but the way that these guys would talk about some games, of just like, yeah, I guess I really don't want to watch this matchup tonight. Like, that's the last thing you want to do if you're the NBA. Like, if you're the broadcast, you should be hoping to keep your audience around. Yeah, it's just such a breath of fresh air, and I'm really happy to see NBC back covering the NBA. NBC broadcasts have been consistently pretty solid for a lot of sports, and so to see them be really good on opening night for the NBA is a great sign. They got to continue doing well. Obviously, it's just one, broadcast session for them, but they've raised the bar, and I hope that ESPN's taking notes. I hope that Prime is going to do just as well. I have high hopes for Prime, but it's a good start. Honestly, I'm really happy about it. NBC broadcast back in the day used to always have highly professional feel, which is what it should be, right? Like, it should be highly professional. Like, the whole, you guys, I don't know how many of you guys remember this, but you guys remember the players only broadcast on TNT? Like, I hated those. I could stand the players only broadcast, bro. Like, it doesn't feel that professional. It's putting guys in positions that they're not that comfortable in. Like, Greg Anthony, for example, was the play-by-play guy. Like, I'm sorry to Greg Anthony. I'm sure he has some good insight, but I do not want to listen to Greg Anthony do play-by-play for a game. I just don't. So I'm really happy that Mike Tirico is there. I also think Noah Eagle is also a very good play-by-play guy. But like, having Mike Tirico back covering NBA games is like, it is the best thing possible for the NBA, because when you hear Mike Tirico's voice that it's a big game for whatever sport it is, whether it's football, whether it's basketball, like, it's a big game. Like, Mike Tirico is up there with like the Mike Breens of the world. So I really am happy to see Mike Tirico back, and I think Jamal Crawford was a great addition to have with Reggie Miller, who, again, Reggie's not the best, I will admit. I'm not the biggest fan of Reggie, but having Jamal there is great. He took it seriously, made fans want to take the games, and pros playing it seriously. I mean, we know that there's going to be load management throughout the season. It is what it is. But even when there's still like those matchups where like load management happens, or it's not the best matchup, and guys are out, like, if a team is like up by 20 over another team, then the broadcast needs to focus on why that team is doing such a good job of being up by 20. Like, that's what the broadcast should be doing, and not talking about, oh, this other team just absolutely sucks and blah, 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 blah. Like, there's obviously valid criticism that you need to put out there. Like, if a team's not defending well, or they can't defend the three-point line, or they're getting beat in certain actions, but there's still also then, like, the ways of, like, keeping the fans engaged, right? To make sure, like, hey, stay tuned, man, because we still have these guys on the other side of the floor. Look to see these sort of adjustments, right, from this squad, because like, that's a way to keep the fans engaged in the game. Look to see if this player can get it going from this sort of area of the floor, or do this on the floor. Like, there's just a lot that you can do to keep fans or people watching engaged, even if it's not, double overtime, scrappy game, no lead bigger than 8, like how the Thunder had for a lot of that game, like the Thunder Rockets game. Like, that was an insanely good game for the Thunder Rockets, and it's because it was close the entire game, but not every game's gonna be like that. So like, you got to make sure that you still keep them involved, like keep the fans watching even when that's happening. And I think there's always reason to watch. Like, I'll watch some of the worst teams, honestly, just to see what's kind of going on. But that's me. But like, how do you keep the average fan engaged into a game that's like not really that exciting for that moment? Reggie often says things are the opposite of what eyes can see, just to try to sound like he's making a point. Honestly, that is so true. And I would also notice that whenever there's like, and this is like in when Stan Van Gundy got there for TNT, like there was always those moments where like there's like analysis that needs to happen, and like Reggie would just kind of throw it to Stan, and then Stan would say something, and then Reggie would be like, yeah, I agree. And it's just like, yeah, all right, yeah, sure, Reggie. Reggie's had some like interesting calls for sure, like, he'll say like, welcome to your Kodak moment, right? That's one thing. But yeah, his analysis is definitely not the best. if you need any sort of advice on shooting, then go to him. He knows how to shoot the ball for sure. But in terms of like full analysis how the game is working, then I'm not definitely not the guy I would go to. I think Grant Hill's a lot better. It's being just a in general analyst, but also color commentator for games. I think him and Noah Eagle did a good job covering that Lakers and Warriors game. So I'm looking forward to seeing those two together more. What's going on, Delbert? Having you pop up in foreground and talk sports while have a page of sports stats in the back, very peaceful to me. I appreciate that. I'm glad that you find my commentary peaceful. Some people find it very aggressive, so I appreciate that you find it peaceful. Yeah, we're just chilling right now. I went through my obviously, like, I know that you watched the VODs, Delbert, but like earlier, you know, I talked about the game a lot. Talk about me being a pessimist, I guess. Which, like, yeah, I might be a pessimist when it comes to like the overall look for this Bull squad, but just the word has a negative connotation in my head because I've been called a pessimist in like a hateful way, where people like try to invalidate my analysis and everything. So I kind of fired back at somebody that called me that. I kind of feel bad now that I'm sitting here and thinking over it again, but hopefully I was respectful enough, honestly. But yeah, if you want to hear everything about the game, film breakdown and everything, it was earlier in the stream. Right now we're just chilling. We were looking at box scores, and I was just talking about the NBC broadcast that was on last night, and how well it was, man. Like, the NBC broadcasts were just so good last night that I'm like, I want everything to be back on NBC. I want the NBA Finals to be back on NBC because ABC or ESPN has just been so terrible with their coverage. Like, I just want everything to go back. Yeah, we're just chilling right now and just talking whatever comes to mind. But I appreciate you thinking that I sound very peaceful. Hopefully my mic sounds good. I had some peaking issues in my last video that I just didn't feel like editing out. But I think I kind of fixed it, or maybe it's not fixed, honestly, but hopefully it sounds good. Montes for most improved. Hey man, I mean, after this performance, it's off to a good start. I do think that others are, you know, also in the running for sure. Have had good starts, but yeah, this is a hell of a start for him, honestly. I'm really happy with what we saw tonight, man. Like, Buzelis impressed the absolute crap out of me through most of this game. I was really nervous when he twisted his ankle, but he had 2 amazing dunks after that, so I hope he's doing all right. I'm really concerned about tomorrow for Buzelis, or I guess now today, and how he wakes up and everything. But yeah, man, I can't rave enough about how Buzelis played tonight. It was honestly great. NBC knows how to promote the game. I mean, this is exactly what we've wanted, right? We need guys to make the broadcast about the game, right? Like, someone actually made a tweet that was actually like really good. I don't know who it was, but it was something along the lines of like, the Inside the NBA or the TNT broadcast, it was like the broadcast was about the Inside the NBA crew, and like the game was like kind of secondary, right? And it kind of was true. Like, it was a big matchup, but like the reason why people tuned in was so that you can hear Shaq and Chuck like argue about stuff. Like, that's why they tuned in. Like, the game is like kind of secondary for them to kind of use as like funny points throughout the show. The NBC broadcast, like, you have big figures. Like, you have Melo, you have Vince Carter, you have T-Mac, right? And that entire pregame into then the actual broadcast was very clearly about the Thunder ring night. And then, hey, it's the NBA season, y'all. We got an insane matchup to start, and we got superstars all over the floor. We have MVPs on both squads, right? And they were both MVPs for the Thunder organization at one point in their career. Like, it's an insane matchup tonight, and it's a damn good game, and they did such a good job of promoting how big of a game it was. I don't know if the stats have been released, but like, I want to know what the stats were for last night's broadcast, because it, to me, was like by far the best broadcast we've had in like probably over a decade for the NBA. And I've watched the NBA for just over a decade at this point. So this shows you how much I've been so annoyed with how the broadcasts have been at least recently. So maybe it's not over a decade, but it's definitely been the best broadcast we've had for a nationally televised game for the NBA in the past like 5 years, easily. So yeah, they deserve all the praise for what they did in that first game. We gotta continue it, obviously. So like, let me tell you, I'm looking forward to every Tuesday night because like if you have just an antenna, you get to watch at least one NBA game on NBC every Tuesday night, at least one, no matter where you are. Like that's awesome. Like that's how you promote the game. Most streaming services again have NBC available to them. Unfortunately, Peacock is a problem. I'm not happy about the Peacock decision for them, where the second game's on Peacock, or at least one of the two games are on Peacock, because I think we should just get both. But either way though, like it's still good that you're at least getting one game for like basically for free. That's a good start. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. How I feel about the officiating so far to start the season. So that officiating little missed call, if you guys remember in this game, Kevin Durant got a rebound in the first overtime, and the Thunder had no timeouts left. And what did Kevin Durant do? He pulled a Chris Webber. Durant absolutely pulled a Chris Webber, and the entire arena knew that Kevin Durant called a timeout when the Rockets had no timeouts left, and the Thunder should have 100% been awarded a free throw. But they didn't somehow acknowledge it or notice it or were aware of it. I don't know what the hell the officials were looking at. Zach Zarba was right there, standing right in front of Durant, and he just somehow missed it. I don't know if you guys saw my tweet after, but I tweeted out saying that the officials should be fined because you just missed a call that legitimately everyone else in the damn arena saw, but yet somehow the three officials and one who is standing right in front of the play didn't see, which is just insane. Don't know how that one happened, but great job, officials, I guess. Anyway, though, so I don't get this, honestly. You guys can read this later if you need to, but that pissed me off a lot. But when it comes to the other NBA officiating, so the game for the Bulls tonight, I think it was all right. There are definitely some calls that I disagreed with, but you know, it's a typical NBA game. The biggest thing for me though was that there wasn't like any sort of like blatantly obvious miss that the officials just completely like failed on in that Bulls game. Like even the one where the Bulls challenged the Giddey, you know, where Giddey got fouled at the end, where initially they called it a turnover. Like that's a tough call. Like I think that's a tough call for the officials at that moment in time. And so, you know, the Bulls challenged it, they won it, but I don't blame the officials in that sort of scenario. I think that the change that we saw where now, if you didn't know this, but if I'm a 3-point shooter and I shoot the shot and I release the ball with my hand and the ball's already out, then the defender comes up and goes like this against my hand, basically. This right here, if the ball's already released from my hand, this is what was called the high five, okay? Like sort of possession here for defensively, or action, I should say. And this used to not be a foul, okay? This was an action. So like again, if I shot it and I held the gooseneck, but then the defender came up after I shot it and went like this, that used to not be a foul. Now it's a foul this season, and the officials are doing looking a lot more at like, okay, are we making sure that that jump shooters are, you know, they're not just like kind of getting hit randomly, like last second, to throw off their balance and everything, which I think is a good change, and I think they've done a good job so far. Again, I've only watched 3 games so far because I've only watched the 2 games yesterday and the Bulls game tonight, so I didn't see any of the action tonight, or the other games tonight, but so far I think they've done a good job. I haven't had too many complaints about it. They're also calling a tiny bit more on-ball screen, on the on-ball, like the screening, but yeah, we'll see if that's gonna continue. The officials always come out with something every year of like, oh, we're gonna focus on this, and then like 2 months into the season, it's just like, all right, yeah, we just don't care anymore. So for now, it's good. I think the officiating in that Thunder Rockets game was good. Like, I know SGA got to the free throw line a lot at the end of the game, but I think it was fine. But yeah, I'll be interested to see what's gonna happen kind of later down the road. How the officiating looks. But so far, besides that ridiculous miscue where all 3 officials should be fined for missing that, because that's a blatantly obvious thing that they just missed, and you should be fined for not doing your job. I think it's so far been all right, but let me know what you guys' thoughts are on, because I haven't seen much of the other games, right? I've seen like highlights of the other games so far. I agree with the NBC should have stayed. Oh, for sure, it should have stayed. But obviously the NBA is going to go with whoever's willing to pay most for their product, so clearly Turner paid more for the rights to broadcast, and you know, I don't blame the NBA for making that decision. I think the ref also saw and decided against it. If that is the case, then like Zach Zarba should actually be fired. Like if Zach Zarba saw it, knew what was happening, but just decided not to acknowledge it, like he should just be fired. I'm sorry. Like I just don't, there's no room in this game for an official to not call out what he sees, and it's a pretty massive call that could decide the game. Like if the Thunder lost that game, like oh boy, I had to be like the league gonna be pissed at me if the first game of the year ends on a tech. That's crazy though. Like I don't care. Like if so be it. If it ends on a tech, like technically the game ended on free throws anyway because Shea drew the foul on Durant. But like that's fine. Like that's how it should be. Remember people saying hands count as the ball? So hands count as the ball, and that is still a factor, okay? Hands count as the ball when the hands are on the ball, right? So if I'm driving to the basket and I gather, and then people swipe at my hands trying to swipe at the ball, if they get my hands, okay, that and I have both hands on it, that's the hands are part of the ball, okay? In that sort of scenario, okay? But it does not count when it comes to like shooting, right? Like if obviously when it comes to if with what they've changed now, like if you shoot it and like you just got it off but the defender hits your hand, like that should be a foul, and I'm fine with that. That does affect a player's ability to shoot it properly if they're trying to avoid the contact. So I think it's honestly it's a fine. Yeah, I won't lie though, I was worried with the Giddey play, like because I also tweeted out like hands count as the ball on that Giddey play where the Bulls challenged it. Like there was an argument to be made that like because Giddey had one hand on it, so I don't really know how they would judge it, but like he had one hand on the ball, and then we saw Cunningham kind of swipe at his hand and pull his hand away, and like in my head that should be a foul, but I also have seen where like it looks like the officials are just like yeah, that's just hands are part of the ball, so you swipe the ball, quote unquote, therefore it doesn't matter. But very clearly they determined that it was a foul, thank God. So I don't really know exactly what the plan is for that, but I think that's just a foul. It should be, at least in my head. I know for sure if it's two hands on the ball and you swipe, like it's just hands are part of the ball. Obviously wrist, arm after that is different. That's not part of the ball. But hands, if you gather, you know, two hands on the ball and someone swipes at it, that's just how it is. Yeah, I'll have to look it up honestly with how they're judging the hands on the ball rule. Let's see here. Sorry, hold on. Oh yeah, here it is. Hand is considered part of the ball when it is in contact with the ball. Therefore, contact on that part of the hand by a defender while it is in contact with the ball is not illegal. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe the Bulls and Giddey got a break tonight, but like, there's also like a world where like that whole Giddey play where like that's not overturned, and they just consider hands are part of the ball in that spot. So, yeah, I don't really know. It is definitely murky area of like what is it. Like the one thing I'm definitely like for sure on, it's like if it's two hands are on the ball and like I see someone swipe down, like that's officials are usually pretty consistent on that, where it's like you might even hear like a slap, but if you know that they got hand, like they do a good job. half and half in those calls. Yeah, I don't blame you. It is definitely weird. So, because can't the same happen with people kicking out their legs when instead they stick out their arms? Oh, you mean like trying to like cause like try to draw the contact? Is that what you're saying? Like if you're instead of like when you shoot the 3-ball, instead of like someone kicking out their leg, they try to go like this instead. They try to like get the hand. That's honestly really funny. I think they'll count that as like you're instigating the contact though. So like it's kind of similar to like the kick out of the leg if they call it correctly, which I know they don't. But it's kind of like you're initiating the contact, so I don't think that would be considered as like, oh, like that's a foul on the defender, where it's like, no, you initiated the contact, so therefore it's not anything. And if anything, it should be an offensive foul. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure, honestly. Hopefully they don't fall for that, because that honestly could be something. Not gonna lie, DeMar did that a few times. The kick out of the leg or the kick out of like the hands or the arms. I think DeRozan did more of the kick out of the leg, right? Because like what DeRozan will do sometimes is like he'll like go up and like his lower legs kind of like go forward, and it will draw contact, and it's just like, oh, huh. I mean, hey, I don't blame DeRozan. He's done a hell of a job drawing contact in his career. Harden and others have previously manipulated that call with the hands even before it was in the books. So what Harden did that was genius by him. Okay, as I get older, I look back at it as like it's honestly really genius. And like it started with Durant, and then you saw others pick up on it. But it's basically throwing your arms into the defender, right? And so because like we talked about, like hands are part of the ball. So if they touch your hands, that doesn't mean anything, right? But if you throw your arms into the defender, right, and you get contact with your arms, right, the officials are forced to call something. So whether it's you initiating it or, you know, it's a foul on the defender, like the officials are really put into a tough spot, because it's like, hey, there's contact with the arms and I'm going up for a shot. So what are you gonna call on this, guys? And Harden was just a master at it. Like he was just so good at it. But the other thing that Harden did, and this is what I think was dirty, was Harden he is so slick when it comes to his dribbling. Like he'll be dribbling and then he'll use his like, because he's left-handed, so this is my left hand. So he's dribbling, but then he'll see like the defenders like go like this or in front of him, right? And so what he would then do is he'll dribble and then he'll go up for the shot, but then he'll take his right arm and hook it underneath the defender's arm. And it's contact with the arms, right? And so you hook the guy with your arms, and so he's like, you know, arms are locked, and so he tries to shoot it, and it's like, hey, like my arms got completely thrown off their path because someone had made contact with my arms. And yeah, that's definitely where he would manipulate really well. I do think, though, I will say this, that I have gotten to the conclusion that like if you're a defender and your arms are like in front of like trying to like guard him, like trying to like, you know, get in front of his face like this, but you happen to then get into the path of his shooting motion, that's on the defender. Like that's your fault. Harden kind of doing the whole hook thing is definitely questionable. I don't always love that. I think that can be a cause for injury. But it's very smart by him, honestly, because it's like the argument is that I'm trying to get into my shooting motion and I'm allowed to shoot at any moment. And so you just kind of just like, that's my shooting motion. Like I'm hooking the guy, but it's my shooting motion. So it's very slick, but I don't love that, but it's a good job by him. Now, the reason I bring up Durant, okay, is because Durant, if you guys remember this, Durant would do the swipe through move, right? And so Durant would manipulate it by, if he has, you know, let's just say he's on the block, because that's where we always know Durant. And so he'll face up, and if the defenders are like, at any moment they have like their arms in front of him trying to swipe at the ball, or trying to like, you know, trying to block his face with their hands or something like that, he would go like left to right and swipe through and make contact with his arms, right? And then he'll go into the shooting motion. And then he would get free throws out of it, because we never saw that in the NBA, right? Like we've never seen that sort of move before, where you have a guy have the ball and just swipe through and create the contact, but it's like if Durant or the player with the ball has the right to that space, so it is technically the defender's fault. And so then you see Durant then shoot it. And so that's still a move in today's game. Like the swipe through is still a move, but it no longer is a shooting foul. Thank God, because it's technically not a shooting motion, it's a triple threat motion, right? And so you're getting yourself ready to dribble, therefore it is not a shooting motion. But Durant did a hell of a job for a little bit where he's like, oh, I can just get free throws out of this because the defender's trying to reach into the cookie jar. All right, cool, boom. You just swipe through and I get 2 free throws. And, you know, for him, like, that's just easy money. So, as much as, like, people, like, I know that some people have looked at that as just like, oh my God, it's so annoying. Like, no one else plays this way. Like, I know, for example, like, a lot of people still hate when, you know, someone shot fakes, the defender jumps up into the air on the shot fake, and then you just lunge forward into the defender and get the contact. Like, I also am not really the biggest fan of it, but as I've gotten older and, like, I've learned how sports have worked, any sort of advantage you can get in the rulebook, like, I think it's honestly pretty genius. As much as people might hate it, right? And let me tell you, bro, I've hated officials for like a long time with some of their calls, and they just, like, the officiating last season was treacherous, and some of their decisions to give out techs were horrible. But if you can find a way, if you read the rulebook right and you find a way to force fouls, like, it's pretty genius. I have a comparison, but I don't know how many people get it because I don't know how many people are NASCAR fans here. But, like, basically in racing, it's like, in racing, the whole point of racing is that you try to, like, manipulate the rule book and be like, okay, well, you say that we have to have this, but, like, you don't say we have to have this specifically. And so if you can find a way to, like, you know, cut off like 0.2 of a second off your time, like, I personally find it really genius. People call it cheating, right? But, you know, at the end of the day, it's the rule book, right? So you instead of hating the people cheating or finding ways to be creative, as people like to say, I personally hate the rule book instead. Not the people doing what they are doing to find ways around things. So yeah, as much as I hate, like, the foul baiting stuff, it's like, unless the officials change their ways, right, I don't blame these guys for doing it. Like, they're just honestly really smart. You're getting free throws. You're getting shots where a lot of people shoot like 85%, and that's a very, very efficient shot. Hand check days, offensive players would hook to create advantage, but no whistle be needed. I.e. Kobe, MJ, triple threat, pulling the defender out of the way. So I have always thought about this of, like, what if the NBA goes back to, like, the hand checking is allowed? But I mean, first and foremost, like, Jordan and many people, like, in that era, like, they were insane at being able to being hand checked, being fouled or like hacked at, consistently swiped at, and still find ways to score in less spacing, right? Jordan, like, I want to show you guys something just to show you how much Jordan is just insane, okay? Because I don't think people understand just how good he is. Because, like, a lot of people just think, oh, he didn't shoot the 3-ball, like, you know, how efficient was he? And, like, you know, in just his career, he averaged 30 points per game on nearly 50% shooting efficiency. Like, he was pretty efficient, especially in his prime days. But to just show you how good Jordan was, all right? I understand that these advanced stats are not perfect, right? Like, there's definitely, like, they're not perfect by any means, right? But just look at these numbers for just a second, okay? So, VORP, right? If you want to know what VORP is, it's value over replacement player. So it's similar to how, you know, WAR is in baseball in a sense. It's definitely not, it's not 1-to-1, but, you know, it's trying to get an idea of it. But box plus minus for Jordan, okay? Offensive and defensive, he was just insane on both ends. But specifically look at this, the first championship season. Like, I mean, it's just crazy what this guy was able to do. Win shares at 20. Offensive win shares is these numbers. Like, these numbers are ridiculous, just off the charts insane from Jordan, okay? Now, I'm gonna go to sorry about my cough. I'm gonna go to somebody that was compared to him for a long time, and may rest in peace. But this guy was looked at as one of the best players of all time, and he definitely is one of the best players of all time. But he was looked at as the best player in the league during his time when he was dominating the league, and rightfully so. But people compare these two consistently, and I think their games are they have definitely some similarities in them, right? But I just want you guys to just take a one look at this and understand just how much different Jordan was compared to what Kobe was doing. And don't get me wrong, this is not me saying Kobe was bad, all right? Don't get me wrong about this. Kobe was one of the best players who have ever played this game, all right? But just compare, just look at these advanced stats, which again are not perfect, right? But Jordan was just so insane that the advanced stats were just like, what is this? Like, they just were it's just numbers upon numbers of just like, wow, like a shooting guard that isn't necessarily going out and getting a bunch of assists, right? But he just scores at just such an insane rate and so efficiently, right? That you look at these numbers and you're just like, wow, this is just crazy. Here's Bryant, okay? His best VORP was 8, right? And this is not in any championship year, but I mean, this is arguably his prime year, like best years. Like, this is Jordan, okay? It's just insane how good Jordan was at his times. And I always just go back and look at this sort of shit, and I'm just like, dear Lord, man, like, there are people who try to downplay this guy. And look, if you have LeBron as your GOAT, I'm not here to like try to convince you otherwise, because LeBron also, like, his stats are also insane when it comes to the advanced analytics and everything. But it's just like, I think people just forget, like, people act as if Jordan would not have these advanced numbers, right? Like, here's LeBron, for example. Like, they're pretty. There's definitely some similar years, right? And you can argue that with LeBron, with his rebounding and assisting, that yeah, he's maybe the more complete player and everything. But I don't think people understand just how much Jordan was dominating. Like, these numbers are just ridiculous. I will say that I do think that his 97 to on, like, these definitely weren't like the most amazing years from him. It's still 29 or 30 points per game. And he still shot like 48% in 97, but this definitely wasn't like the best year. I will admit this. Like, this definitely wasn't the best year. He shot 23% from 3-point range overall. But still, he went out and scored in one of the tougher eras to score in, and averaged 28, which is just like, I mean, we talk about how many amazing like 30-point per game scorers there are in this league right currently, but I mean, look at these, just this guy is just coming out and scoring 28 in his rookie season, and it's just boom, like 37 one year in 82 games, right? His first championship year, he's averaging 31 and a half. And again, like this season for Jordan, like the first championship year for Jordan, like this is just an insane year. Like, forget the 3-point shooting for a second, because like he didn't really shoot a lot. He shot 31%, so be it. Okay, this dude shot for 31 and a half points per game. He shot 54% from the field on 22 shot attempts per game, and he shot 85% from the free throw line at 8 attempts. Like, it's just ridiculous. Like, it's unheard of stuff. Like, I know SGA just had like a similar year in terms of like scoring efficiency, but like this guy did it without the 3-point shot. It's just nuts. No, I'll catch hate, but MJ wasn't pulling in defenders the same way as the rules were different than for how you could double or not for this first 3 years in transition doubles of players adjusting. So I agree with you with that. But with that being said, like, you still have to keep in mind the lack of spacing, right? When it comes to the era that they're in, right? Like, the lack of spacing makes things a little bit more difficult for how MJ had to operate, but he still found ways to operate, right? You didn't have shooters around the floor. You didn't always have like the up and down pace that you see a lot in today's world. You didn't have a shooting center, right? But he still found ways. Not saying the defenders were better back then. I'm not saying that, right? I'm not saying the defenders were better back then. I'm definitely not saying that. But it's just, to me, when I think about it, I'm just like, there are moments in that Rockets game where like the spacing was so shit that I'm like, God, like even Durant is just like, where do I go? But Jordan made it look easy. And that's just something I just don't get. No, I'm not gonna argue that they didn't double the same way as we talked about during even the Kobe times. I agree. However, though, there was definitely more moments of like there's some, I guess I don't know if I call it illegal defense, but there's definitely more packing the paint back then and willing to just come in and just attack it and attack the paint. But yeah. And you would have a lot more assists in the modern era with the spacing drive and kick, probably wouldn't be playing triangle. So I think, yeah, the triangle is outdated, right? The triangle in today's era is outdated. It doesn't make any sense to play the triangle. There's aspects of the triangle, right? There's aspects of the triangle that you can implement in today's world, in today's game, and you see it a lot in this, in like the Warriors offense. But the triangle in today's game is just not effective. You have two guys like consistently either in the low, you have one guy in the low post, you have one guy in the high post, and then you're just passing around trying to find like cutters and openings, but you're not like spaced all the way. The reason why the triangle was so great back then was because there wasn't the three-point shooting, right? And so they were able to create vertical spacing with the triangle that helped them get more opportunities that, you know, with like create more space in a half-court defense, right? In today's game, it's just not going to be effective in today's world. If anything, you'd have to spread it out a lot more, and there's just better options, at least in my opinion. But yeah, if Jordan was in today's era right now, with like, it'd be interesting to see about his three-point shooting, how much more he would take, because obviously he didn't take that many in his career. Like, there were definitely some years he took some, but it wasn't like he was taking, you know, 5 to 8 threes a game. How we see a lot of people are doing now. But the ability to get one-on-one buckets is still prevalent in today's world. His ball handling, I think, is underrated for what people think of his ball handling. He was able to get advantages over guys, so it's definitely interesting to think about, but we'll never know. Like always, LeBron, Jordan, or Kobe, they are all huge influential players and arguments in different ways. So, okay, I guess the way that I've always looked at it is, like, just to be clear, there's the greatest of all time, who I think is the definition of, like, being the greatest, like in terms of accolades and, like, just pure as the winningest player during their time, right? I think that, for example, just to throw this out, if Giannis Antetokounmpo had a three-point shot, he would be the most skilled player I've ever seen. Like, top to bottom, physical skills, physical tool set, like, top to bottom. If Giannis had a consistent three-point shot and could shoot it like Steph Curry, like, that is like the best player in terms of skills I've ever seen in my entire life. Okay, I think you could argue that LeBron has like more overall skills than what Jordan had, but in terms of overall greatness, as being like dominating like an actual era where the competition was pretty fierce, which I understand that like athletes are better now, but it wasn't like how Bill Russell was, you know, back then for Jordan era. Like, Bill Russell was able to dominate his era with not a lot of teams in the NBA, or yeah, but Jordan was able to, you know, dominate the 90s, and he got 6. Like, it's just nuts. So to me, like, he's the greatest. If you want to argue that LeBron's like more skilled, I think you actually have like a pretty legit argument. In terms of like greatness, though, I think like, because it is GOAT at the end of the day, right? It's not BOAT, it's GOAT. Like, greatness to me involves the winning aspect, and I personally value peak over someone's longevity when it comes to like when we talk about these conversations, but it is a big argument to have at the end of the day. I don't blame you if you say otherwise, but who is your GOAT then? I want to know. Well, eras, I'll give it hard to compare. Some players have lower efficiency, etc. Obviously, the game has improved, but some players might suit different times or so on. I completely agree. I think that DeRozan, for example, fits the early 2000s a lot better compared to, obviously, today's era. And would probably fit the late 90s also better. But, yeah, we'll never know. KD feels like an era plug and play to me really so long that he doesn't force him, as long as they don't force him to center. So I do think Kevin Durant is probably the best plug and play player that has probably ever been in existence. Like, I think Kevin Durant could easily just go to any era, and yeah, I think he would dominate for sure. if that's genuinely if that's your definition of greatness, then I understand that for sure. For me personally, that's not like, because like I understand KD has won 2 rings, and maybe you want to argue that rings these days are more important than, or like more like they hold more weight compared to rings back then. But he to me is not he's not the greatest of all time because of just the lack of overall winning. Not to say that he hasn't played well. He's played great. But he didn't dominate like how Jordan has, and he hasn't even dominated his own era where LeBron has had his number over him. So unfortunately for me, it's not him. But I understand your point. Like if that's your base off of greatness, then I think KD's probably your best bet. Yeah. MJ is generally most similar to SGA of modern game, less able to stop on point, but more athletic. So I think SGA is definitely like I think you can argue he might have the better handles. In terms of how they get their points, you're definitely correct. I think they're definitely very similar. I do think Jordan was a little bit more off ball than SGA, but they have very similar. They're very similar. What skill does LeBron have? I feel like he's just stronger than others. So I mean, he's a better rebounder than Jordan, and it's like that's expected. So like, I don't really give it to him, but like that's expected. LeBron's passing IQ and just the ability to make the on-point passes is just something I'll always just be in awe of with him. In terms of scoring ability, I still would pick Jordan overall. I know like there's that whole argument about with like, you know, LeBron's all-time scoring and everything. I'm gonna just go ahead and say that like if someone is able to like kind of come in how Luka did in his career and, you know, extend it over like 18 to like 20 something seasons, then like I think that could be touched, but we'll see. I know that might never ever be touched again, but I would personally say Jordan is still like the better overall scorer. 3-point shot is definitely interesting. It's an interesting conversation because Jordan obviously didn't take that many because the era didn't call for it, but LeBron, you know, had to kind of adjust his game to take more. But yeah, I think that's kind of the arguments when it comes to LeBron's the passing, the potential ability, and like, and we're talking about LeBron's like prime here. Like LeBron could guard like pretty much 1 through 4 like in his like prime. Like we're talking like Miami Heat LeBron. I don't really think past that you could say that he was able to do that like consistently well. He definitely would take plays off, which, you know, I get it. But yeah, in terms of like defensive ability, you might have an argument. Jordan, though, in terms of perimeter defense, was better, like by far. In terms of like being able to block shots, though, LeBron has him over him there. In terms of just the passing ability to like recognize openings and then create the proper passes, like and you know, timely passes, look away passes, behind the back, everything, cross court passes. I think LeBron has it over Jordan. But with that being said, I think Jordan still, like, when you haven't looked at the film from like some people, like they don't recognize how good of a passer he was at certain moments. Like Jordan was still pretty good at passing. I also do think the era was a little bit different, so maybe, you know, it's hard to see like those flashy passes that everyone loves. So it's definitely an interesting conversation. I go partly depends on how the person defines it, i.e. best during their era, or is the most influential on the game, or is it i.e. best during their era, or is it most influential on their game, or is it the player who dominated the most for the longest or at their peak? I see. Okay, so it's, you think that the GOAT of the GOAT sort of criteria is always just kind of changing, right? And so if you pick certain criteria, then you get certain players, right? That are the GOAT. And then other criteria says someone else, which I understand for sure. Passing pretty good though, yeah. I think that's kind of where it is. Rebounding, which LeBron should be better rebounding, he's bigger. Passing, I think LeBron has it over Jordan. I think Jordan still has his good passing. But that's kind of the biggest two. 3-point shot is the other one. Eddie isn't my go, just how different can be. if you out the player on any team, would they win suddenly? It is another way. Oh, huh. If you put the player on any other team, will they win suddenly? Is another way. I mean, yeah, like KD could definitely go into any sort of like KD could go and play for the '96 Bulls, and I think that he would fit in perfectly and they'd win. Yeah. It changes if it's a player you have to build around or someone who any team could just have and be much better. Right. Yeah. Like, definitely, like, Jordan is definitely more of a build around, which I still think you can put Jordan on a lot of teams and, like, they'll become, like, exponentially, like, better and be contending and potentially even win it all. But it's definitely a good argument. Sure, Jordan, MJ more off ball just in the near second, equate to how MJ would look now. Yeah, because like we don't have Kobe anymore. This Magic to me would have to equate to LeBron nearest or leaning a bit more passing center. Yeah, Magic's just like the LeBron comparison is just so weird because it's like, yeah, it's like Magic in a sense, but it's like the best way, like the best comparison to me was like early Pistons Grant Hill for LeBron, but like obviously. Like LeBron is better than Grant Hill, but it's like kind of like that. But if we're talking like '90s comparisons for LeBron, but it's like that's also like it's not the best, but it's like that's like kind of like the best I have. But besides like obviously Magic, but just a better scorer. Magic's also another conversation that a lot of people have had. Like, what would Magic Johnson be playing in today's era? Because I think he'd be playing center, right? But I don't really know. Like, you know, some people would argue is like, no, he'd still be point, but I think personally he'd be playing center, honestly. Is not MJ Clyde or Ken Aaron? I see. It asked me between even LeBron and MJ, who would I build around today? It used to be LeBron, as MJ I think would clash with people, and then LeBron enhances other players more, but it's different. Okay, forget team chemistry for just a second. Like, in terms of like who I think would like give you like that for sure, I have the best player in a series, like, and they're gonna know no matter what dominate in the series. Like, it's definitely an argument to be considered. I personally would choose Jordan. It is definitely, I understand like that argument in terms of definitely chemistry of like raising others around him. Like LeBron has that. Like his passing's better. His overall just kind of like being like just, I guess I hate saying it, but like running an offense and point guard-ish tendencies, like he's definitely has that over Jordan. He collapses the defenses and passes out so effectively that it's just insane. LeBron's just vision of the game is like 3 steps ahead. But yeah, I can definitely, I can get the argument. Yeah. Even ISO than Kyrie, who I don't even like with his ball handling, is so crazy hard. I mean, the Kyrie Irving comparison to the 90s is Isaiah Thomas, but like obviously Kyrie's ball handling is just different, and like Isaiah Thomas was not hitting the threes like Kyrie would. But like that's like the best I have. Like it's small guard with really good handles in the 90s that was scoring guard. Like the thing was like Zeke was so good defensively as well that people like don't recognize that, but like but in terms of like how like their offensive games kind of line up, like it's Isaiah Thomas back then, Detroit Pistons Isaiah. But I mean, like, yeah, Kyrie is just another anomaly that I don't really know what to say. Off topic, but I couldn't care less about LeBron being an all-time scorer because his fans never care about Kareem having the record and more rings than him. But when LeBron passed the record, I mean, no, I definitely understand that argument of like, I was like, oh well, LeBron's like the all-time scorer now because he has all the points, but it's like Kareem was, you know, no one said Kareem was the best scorer of all time, which he doesn't get enough praise, honestly. Of course, Jordan would work with plenty of teams to make better. Just definitely different at measuring on their team, of which Scottie is a huge part. Right, and then with LeBron, it's like you need to, like, there's always the thing with LeBron. It's like, oh, you need to have the small guard that can handle the ball effectively, and the Kyrie Irvings and Dwayne Wades, right? And then you need to have the big that's, you know, either really good defensively, and does all the others, like kind of like the rebounding, the dirty work, or You need a Kevin Love out there. Yeah. It is definitely interesting to think about, like, Jordan, Scotty, and how much of a good duo that was, and like what would be then the duo for Jordan. Different eras though. It's hard. Yeah. I think a center or point forward. Yeah. It's maybe even nearer to Ben Simmons than LeBron, but Simmons more defensive, weaker in paint D. I mean, yeah, Ben Simmons was like, yeah, it definitely was similar. It's just Ben Simmons just couldn't shoot outside the paint. That's the issue. If it's a player I could build around, I actually am nuts. I would consider Curry a legit choice. I don't blame you. I think Curry is a very good choice. Curry outballed him in his own screens, yeah. That's Kyrie comparison, yeah. It'll be interesting to see if Jokic moves into GOAT debates are retiring. I think if Jokic wins another MVP, we need to have a serious conversation. Like, I don't know if he's gonna be like GOAT debate. Like, he definitely should be up there in terms of like, yeah, like, I mean, bro, if Jokic wins another MVP, man, like, I don't think people are recognizing how just like what we're witnessing. Like, if this guy wins another MVP, that's 4 MVPs. Like, we're talking about 4 MVPs, a Finals MVP, a ring, right? 8-time All-Star, 8-time All-NBA. Like, we have to have some serious conversations at that point. I feel like, I don't know. It's gonna be tough. I mean, like, where is he now? So, no. Where's? You guys might know this better than me, but where would be like? Is there let me just go to the all-time rebounding list, honestly. So he's 85th in terms of all-time rebounds, and then I just want to look at this because this is the part that's going to interest me. What is this? Oh, NBA and ABA. Okay. I mean, like, this dude is just like, I don't know how much longer he's gonna play. That's gonna be a big factor here. But he's top 60 in terms of all-time assists already. Like, we're talking about this guy as like Dwayne Wade played for such a like I guess not that long of a time, but like I mean he's up here. Like this dude is just it's just so insane when you think about it, man. Like this guy's top 60 in terms of all-time assists, and he's top 85 in terms of rebounding. And again, like he's gonna have to play long, right? Like I mean, you're talking about 8,100 rebounds, right? And so I honestly couldn't tell you how many rebounds happened in this. I wish I could tell you that off the top of my head. I want to say like 1,000. That could be so wrong. 800, okay, 800, 900. So I guess 1,000 in 1 year. But I mean, we're talking about him getting like 1,000 each year, or let's just say 800 each year, right? So I mean, centers obviously have a like it is definitely an advantage, but I'm just trying to think to myself, like, I mean, if he gets like 800 this year, then he's what, like he's like top 70 in terms of rebounding, and then assists, like how many is this similar with assists? Like, okay, no, it's less for him. So, I mean, like last season he had 700 assists. So let's just say 600 assists this season. Like, I mean, we're talking about like top 50 in terms of assists. Like, if he just keeps going, bro, like, I don't know what to say. It's definitely something just to look at. I'm just like, God, man. Shaq DCA gets more into them seems for dominance too, but both to me are built around big weakness in spite of being amazing. Jokic deserves it, but it's also weird the slow dude and how he plays. I mean, I think honestly the stats are just gonna be like, bro, like you just can't deny it that he's gonna be one of the best of all time. Like, okay, hold on. Let me just really quickly just look at this because I'm I'm really interested. Like, let me just keep this up for a second. So, Jokic right now, like, I just want to see his career. So he's in how many years? It's 10 years, and okay, like mostly full seasons, right? So he's 30 years old right now. I mean, prime as for a center with his game, like I feel like this guy could still play like really effectively for a long time, right? I mean, maybe I'm wrong, and maybe I'm just being like unrealistic, but like I feel like Jokic could play a long time with how well he, like, maybe not like triple double every season, but like he can still play effective for a long time. Like, he doesn't rely on athleticism. He's an insane passer, insane rebounder. He shoots the three ball at an insane efficiency. And he shot the most amount of threes per game last season on his highest efficiency ever. Like, I mean, I project at least like 7 more years of him being like really good. So just like, for example, I'm just interested. So let's the Kyle Lowry, for example. Like, Kyle Lowry's been around for a long time. He's been around for now 19 full seasons, yes. You know, he's definitely coming to the end of his career, but he still finds a way to stay in the league somehow. But Lowry is top 20 all time in assists, and we're talking 7,100 or 7,100. Okay, I mean, like, I'm just looking at this. I'm like, Jokic is passing this easily. Like, at least in my head. Maybe I'm just wrong, but like, I mean, I don't know. I guess let's go off of how many. Let's go off of less assists per game. Like, let's say he averages 7 assists per game, which was the 2020 season. This season. So he had he had 500 assists in this season alone. Like, I feel like Jokic gets there in like 4 seasons. Like, he's getting the top 20. He's probably getting the top 10. Well, I mean, I guess we'll see about top 10. But I mean, like, we're talking easily in the top 20. And so we're talking about a center that is easily in the top 20 in terms of assists of all time. And then where's he in points? Like, he's probably not that high. $130, 124 if you don't count the ABA. Well, we count the ABA here. So, I mean, yeah, bro, like, it's just crazy when I just look at these numbers. So, 2,000 points a season, like, he's easily gonna get up here. It matters, again, health and everything, but like, he's gonna get up here. I think he'll get to top 30. We'll see. Jokic's game style should age well, yeah. He does play huge minutes. That is definitely something to consider, for sure. He does play huge minutes. I'm just waiting for Nikola Jokic and Luka Doncic. Oh, Nikola Jokic and Luka Doncic tonight, and the league will have new heights. Oh my god. Bro, if those two guys are on the court together, I don't know what the defense is gonna do. Like, those two guys together, like, defensively, I don't know what they're gonna do, but like, in terms of trying to guard those guys, I don't know what the hell they're gonna do. The classic Jokic comparison of Embiid at halftime, I saw, seems to be living my expectations of collapse over the hill. I don't know what that. I'm sorry. I might just be so tired. I don't know what that means, Charles. The classic Jokic comparison of Embiid at halftime, I saw. Oh, you saw a Jokic and Embiid comparison. I got it. Sorry. My bad. Cooper Flag gives me Scottie Pippen vibes, but he, like, more mature and confident sooner. Ooh, that's an interesting comparison, honestly. That's not a bad comparison, honestly. I like that comparison. I can't really think of anyone better right now. I unfortunately, like, I know obviously about Larry Bird, but like I don't know like enough about Larry Bird to be like, yeah, that's like maybe someone to compare it to, but I'm not really sure honestly of who I would compare. But Scotty might be a good comparison. Honestly, I might even put the Pippen, LeBron, Magic styles of slightly of good deep passing big. Yeah, and if Scotty could just hit like the 3-point shot, which I mean, like he kind of showed it in his career, right? Maybe I'm wrong about that, honestly. I thought there were some years where he shot it pretty well. I mean, I guess the '96 season. Yeah, this was yeah. Okay, never mind. I take that back. Yeah, sneaky good. I resisted assuming it would be by the potential lineup. My faith in Bryce Sensabaugh jump this season. I don't know how to feel about that game. Honestly, I've not watched a single bit of that Clippers Jazz game, but that box score like was just so shocking to me. And I was just like, what? So yeah, I don't know. That's definitely interesting. Like I don't think the Jazz are gonna be taking a massive step this season, but I guess maybe the Kings are actually like the worst team in the West. Which I honestly could see that happening. Go on, be played so badly and shit 12.5%. I did see that. Yeah, I saw Embiid's stats, and like he's not even fully into game shape, so they're not even playing him like the full game. So yeah, he played awful. Cooper's not like Larry Bird outside of being one and confident. Okay, got it. Yeah. I just like it. Cooper is definitely really interesting to me. Like, I don't really know what exactly the comparison is. Like, they're playing him at point guard right now, so he's like a big point guard. But like that like big point guards like just immediately just go to Magic, but he's not Magic. Like he's like he has like some Kevin Durant in his game, but he's definitely not the sniper Durant is. He's not Melo in terms of how Melo would score. Honestly, hold on, let me look it up. Like, I want to see what people had to say. You say Kawhi Leonard? I also disagree with that. Tatum, like, I guess Tatum's honestly the best comparison. Yeah, it's like it's honestly what you said, Matt. It's a Scottie Pippen, Jason Tatum like combination. Kuba's more defensive power forward side. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. Bryce is a score and a half. Big point guard Ben Simmons. I mean, right, but Ben, like, big point guard Ben Simmons, but like Ben is not where I'm trying to get to. Like, I don't like big point guard that can like still, you know, run pick and roll and you know, look to shoot pull up jumpers. And Ben unfortunately was not that. He was the other parts, but not the ability to shoot off the dribble. I'll tell you, Cooper's like the version of Scotty the Bulls had when MJ first retired, but modernized and updated his skill set and his passing isn't Scotty level yet. I definitely agree that his passing is definitely not Scotty level yet. I 100% agree there. I mean, honestly, yeah, let's just look at it. Like, so this was the year that Jordan officially retired, and Scotty had a hell of a year. I always forget about how well Scotty was able to play in that year. Yeah, I can see it. I mean, better 3-point shooter. At least Cooper kind of projects to be a better 3-point shooter, right? Yeah. Love how Coop doesn't over dribble, gets to spots, but still has very good athleticism. Yeah, I like a lot with what Cooper has shown me. Like, obviously not the best game tonight, but like, you know, rookie first game ever. I am like, I like the idea of putting him at point because I think it's. I mean, the dude's, again, the youngest player in his draft class. He was #1 overall, but getting him these sort of reps early is only just going to help him. Like, I'm happy, like, I'm just being dead serious. Like, I'm happy that the Mavericks, at least so far, have shown that they're not like, all right, Cooper, you're going to like kind of play like a supportive role to Anthony Davis this season. Like, that's definitely not what we need. If I was a Mavericks fan, which I don't know how many are left at this point because of the Luka trade, but yeah, I think you would need to keep, like, make sure that Cooper gets his time, like gets his shots, he learns through all the, you know, mistakes he's gonna be making, and get the NBA defenses and understanding what's being thrown at him. Like, get this down early because, like, next season he's gonna be 19 heading into the season, and he's gonna have a full year of, like, okay, I was throwing all these defensive coverages, I understand what I need to work on now to my counter moves. Like, it's the Mavericks are doing it right. I don't know if he's gonna be the point guard from here on out, but he's still gonna be a ball dominant guy, right, moving forward. And you know, getting him these actions early is great. My comparison of face and voice more, by the way, is Ace Bailey to Draymond Green. Oh, are you comparing their faces and their voices? is that a comparison, Charles? Is just their faces and their voices are similar? That's honestly very funny. I did not think of that. I can definitely see it. It is quite interesting. I know Ace Bailey didn't have that great of a game. I don't know, they gave out the same vibe to me, and it weirds me out. And, like, they're completely two different players. That's funny. Honestly, just because my ADHD brain is always going, I want to look at this. Like, I'm always interested to see where Draymond is in terms of, like, just the stats. Is Draymond not even on this list? I think he should be. Oh, he's here. All right. He's down here in steals. And then where would he? I doubt he would be very high in blocks, but I maybe he would. But, like, Draymond's just so funny because it's just like the stats are just not really ever showing up. Like, they're like, oh wow, like, you know, this guy has all these stats that just show how great he is, but, like, he's still, like, he's been such an impactful player for that Warriors squad. I don't think he'd be up here, but I mean, I could be wrong, honestly. He's 130, so I mean, hell, Shane Battier still has more blocks than him. Kevin Durant is top 60 in terms of blocks of all time. That's crazy. That's honestly that's insane. I like that. That's fun to see that from KD. Yeah, Draymond's just so crazy, man. If we do face comparisons, Ace Bailey is the 6th member of the Jackson 5. Oh my god, no, we're not doing that. Ace didn't have the opportunity as Bryce was rocking those minutes too much. I guess Bryce Sensabaugh is honestly just the guy. Ace, baby, Ace Bailey, yeah. Oh my god. I mean, bro, I Charles, you've unlocked something in my head, and I'm just like, wow, I have never thought of that, but okay, that's an interesting thing to think about. How they look. Also, we go by first half of the first game this season. White. Also, we go by first half of first game this season. White is MVP. Wait, what? Oh, are you talking about the Jazz and Clippers game? Is that what you're talking about? You scored like 20 first half, pretty sure. Oh, wow. All right, are you talking about the Celtics? Wait, I'm so confused. Which White are we talking about? I'm so confused. I'm pretty sure it's only Derek White that we're talking about, right? Derek White. Okay, yeah, Derek White for the Celtics. Okay, got it. Yeah. Then he had like a really interesting shooting night after. He shot like 7 of 20, but yeah, he had 20 points in the first half, I guess. Oh, but yes, for something, yeah, yeah. Bro, Charles, bro, I cannot get. Again, I've seen some highlights from what VJ Edgecombe was doing, but like, what the hell is this, bro? Like, this box score is killing me. Okay, I thought I exited out. This box score is killing me. Like, what? This backcourt is just insane. I mean, I don't expect VJ Edgecombe to be doing this on a nightly basis, but like, holy shit! Like, talk about have a day as rookie NBA season debut, bro. Just lighting it up. Insane highlights, bro. Like, God, man. I saw so many memes on Twitter, just like, all right, bro, we're done. Like, trade Embiid, trade Paul George. We're building around this backcourt. It's official. Like, I was just like, oh my god, we're already here at this point where VJ Edgecombe is just, he's suddenly the savior for the Philadelphia 76ers franchise. Then we're all just hoping that he just doesn't get injured. Like, that's just the thing. I think I assume fed Joel too, not even him as focus. So like, it wasn't like an absolute force feed to Joel, but like Embiid definitely missed some shots early, and then like they just kind of went to Edgecombe, and like he just, he had 14 or 13 in the first quarter. It's just like, wow, like, bro. I mean, like, I understand that the Celtics don't really have much interior defense, but you're facing against Derek White, who I'm guessing was guarding him, and like Jaylen Brown's like, if he tries, like an alright defender. Maybe their defense is honestly just really horrible, but I mean, this is still insane for a rookie just to come on in and just like, all right, it's my show. And, Maxey then also just doing Maxey things. I mean, this is just an insane stat line. I mean, you got 74 points from your backcourt tonight. Like, that's unreal. I need some silly AI Slava Wemby as well in the 60s. Oh my god, bro. Wembanyama in the 60s. Oh god, people wouldn't know what to do with him. Good boy, VJ's a rare 76er not to be immediately injured rookie season. I mean, yeah, like that's the biggest thing. It's just like, all right, like, don't get injured and we'll be all right. I'm just concerned because like McCain got injured last season, and it's just like, okay, well, we find out that they can also get injured in the middle of the season, not just at the beginning of the season. So, don't get injured, VJ. Like, you'll actually like save the 76ers mental, or 76ers fans mental, if you just stay healthy the entire season. And like, even if you have struggles and like, you end up missing like 23s in a row, just just stay healthy all season long, and you can shoot 40% from the field. It's okay. Just stay healthy. 2 days of season, I feel the season's huge. It's hype. The season's hype, bro. I mean, you weren't here earlier, Charles, but I was giving NBC so much praise for the broadcast on Tuesday. Like, I feel like that it's finally turned a corner with this new TV deal, that the NBA should be doing a much better job of covering their product, like, or with the networks that they've agreed upon with. Like, it really should be a good year. Like, I mean, even last season, I felt like just didn't understand how good of a season last season was. But like, I think this year people should be recognizing it more. I'm hoping to God that NBC did a great job Tuesday. I'm hoping Prime does a good job on Friday here, and then NBA TV should be having better coverage because the NBA has completely reworked the NBA TV programming. So ESPN unfortunately still exists, but I'm hoping, man. Like, this should be a fantastic year. There's a lot to be looking at throughout the entire league. I mean, bro, like, the Western Conference is just insane. That alone is insane, so I'm looking forward to it. There's a lot, man. Even the first game was amazing between Rockets and OKC to go double OT. The KZ return for rings, and I was watching the ring moment, happy for OKC. I mean, it was an incredible first game. Like, NBC like got its money's worth in that first game alone, and it's their first game back. It's insane. Biggest lineup opening night too. Yeah, biggest lineup since we've started tracking it ever. Since like 1970. Like, crazy. It worked well considering it's okay against OKC too. Yeah, it actually worked really well throughout that game. The offense definitely had its struggles. Couldn't pass it to KD well enough. But I mean, it was fantastic to watch those two clash. Şengün, bro. I mean, Şengün hitting those threes was just insane to watch. Like, we've never seen that from Şengün ever. New career high in threes and made it in a game. I mean, Shang's gonna do, if he's gonna do that, then I'm like, oh yeah, hell yeah. I feel a lot better about the Rockets moving forward. Yeah, there's a lot, man. There's a whole bunch of stuff that was just so awesome about the game. That I'm like, oh god, this is like, we got spoiled in that first game, and unfortunately, nothing's ever gonna probably live up to that hype until we get to the playoffs again. But yeah, it was great. All he needs is to step up to be a viable player, and they're a 1B to OKC's 1A seed, not just the second seed to me. I mean, I think unfortunately there's still some concerns for me to be like the premier contender to the incumbent champion, but I see the promise with that lineup for sure. Especially if Thompson, if Amen Thompson's gonna like show out, like I know he got injured, but like I know if he's gonna show out, bro, like yeah, he showed me a lot in that game. Like, wow, like you've definitely been in the gym and working through things. So if Şengün's gonna hit his threes like he did, and you know KD's still KD, they really need a like solidifying point guard that can just pass them the ball and not turn it over on the simplest of passes, and that can ideally shoot, but also has to fit into their identity, right? Like Fred VanVleet was honestly like perfect. It just sucks that he's out, which is kind of like my main issue right now for them. But the other issue is just the 3-point shooting, which ideally then the point guard could also do that. They may not need it, honestly, if they just, you know, double down on this. Offensive and rough, yes. Good thing Adams took so many. I'll be learning his Baby Jokic name. Yeah, it is. It was definitely Baby Jokic performance from Şengün. Bro, Durant though in that first half, man, Durant bailed him out of so many possessions that were just like so terrible, and like he'll just get the ball with like 5 seconds and he'll hit like a fading mid-range shot, and you're just like, all right, like the one where I don't know if you saw the picture where like Dort went like this to like try to stop a Durant mid-range shot, but that was at the end of the shot clock and Durant just hit it. It's just like, all right. So you definitely got the guy, like he's, you know, plug and play into any system, but like he is perfect for a team that is going to be draining the shot clock and like trying to find any sort of offense they can. Like it is a perfect guy to go to. Just like, all right, this possession sucked. Here you go, KD, bail us out. Get us at least a shot up on the rim, because we have Adams and Şengün down low to get the offensive rebound. Like, you know with KD, he's gonna get the shot off because he's just super tall, and he gets a shot off over anybody, right? So, like, he is honestly perfect just to make sure that you at least get the shot off, but also, hey, he has a good chance of making that shot too. Like, it's, you know, he'll make it, you know, more than half the time, honestly, with his percentages. So yeah, it's just nuts to see KD still, again, 37. KD's 37 after a torn Achilles. He's still this good, and I think he didn't get the ball enough down the stretch. I saw a little bit too much Amen Thompson, you know, trying to do his magic down the stretch, and a little bit too much Şengün initiating at the top of the key, which he's capable of doing it, but I have Kevin Durant, who is one of the best scorers I've ever seen. You need to give him the ball. Which, you know, they'll learn. Well, Şengüners unite. So here's the funny thing, Matt. That game for Şengün gave me a lot more promise about him, because like Şengün was last season, his numbers, like first time All-Star and everything, which is great for him. The only thing that just concerned me is just that he didn't shoot the 3 ball that much, and the free throw percentages were not good. He made his free throws in that game, obviously, and then he has obviously hit the three ball, and he's initiating from top of the key. So like a lot of my worries were, you know, like it's one game, but like he kind of like dispelled some of my worries, in that game. But I mean, again, he has to continue doing it for sure. But you gave me a lot more hope about like, oh, like can you play Şengün at the 4 consistently? And I mean, if he's gonna play like that, he definitely can. But yeah, I like what I saw from him. Like that was definitely like a baby Jokic type game, or honestly like a Jokic-esque game. Played out of his mind. But yeah, I'm interested to see if he can continue this stuff. And I feel I have to say, if I say I underrated before I enter the league, Thompson's probably my biggest miss, not putting him higher on my draft board, even if I skipped out on the Scoot hype. And I mean, something like 10 after 10. I mean, you got the Scoot right. God, bro, I remember those conversations in my stream talking about with people. Like, people legit thought they should take Scoot Henderson over Wembanyama. I'm like, no. I'm willing to take the risk with any injury with Wembanyama and over Scoot Henderson. I'm sorry. I did not think Scoot would be this bad. I won't lie. But yeah, it's been rough for him, but I hope he can figure it out at some point. I mean, yeah, I didn't make a draft board or anything like that year with the Thompson twins and everything, but I definitely underrated them when they came into the league. I did not really understand too much. So I'm like, oh, like these guys are really athletic, but like neither of them can really shoot. I don't really get it too much for the Pistons and the Rockets, but for the Rockets specifically, I think they got the better one, which I hate saying that, but Amen Thompson showed me more promise right now so far, and he, bro, like his athleticism is just insane. But now he's willing to shoot the 3-point shot, even if he's like missing a lot. Like I appreciate it. The ball handling though looks really solid. Like it looks really solid. I mean, it's his second year, so I'm not like, or sorry, not yeah, or third year, but I'm not gonna be like too critical of his ball handling. What? God, time flies. What is this? This third year? This is third year. Yeah, okay, third year. But yeah, I mean, he's really impressive, man. I can just like visibly see him getting better, and I'm like, wow, I did not expect to see this from him. Thor point forward was solid. Needs a bench playmaker badly at the moment, as Thompson is secondary at best for now. They definitely need some bench help for sure. Yeah. Sounds silly, but I'm really enjoying the games last season more than the usual, and this season took that step, at least so far, that I feel like basketball's spoiled. I mean, yeah, like I hope people can like understand just how good the game has been for this season, so that they can, you know, look forward to every single game moving forward. But I don't know, even how close this Bulls game is enjoyable. I mean, yeah, I think this should definitely be like something that's enjoyable. It's not great overall, you know, losing a 23-point lead, but I mean, you know, it's still good basketball at the end of the day to see crunch time happen. I have Brandon Miller over Thompson, and maybe at this point that's not the call. We'll see about Brandon Miller. I have a little bit more hope about him moving forward. The unfortunate part is just that he's in Charlotte. Like, I don't really know what to do about that. But I have some hope for him. Like, he showed me some good promise last season. So, obviously injuries, but yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing. Case and Wallace at 8, so if you're happy there, it's a good call. Yeah, that's a really good call, honestly. I'll probably be continuing to do, because like I did draft coverage this season. So I'm probably gonna be doing that moving forward to make sure I always have like a draft, like a lottery, or not lottery, a mock draft, so I can go look back at it. Cause like I have one like way back in 2017. Like, I have one, back then, and that was with my friend David where we did it. But like, I think I made maybe one after that, and then like, even when the Bulls were in the lottery in those tough times, like I wasn't really that like interested in it. So I'll probably be doing that a little bit more, hopefully. No, again, it's not overly like a miss having him high, just to order exactly a little off, maybe. No, I agree with you. I'm waiting just a little bit more on Miller just to see, because like I think that he, like, Thompson, we'll see how far he can get, but like I want to see how far Miller can also get here before I'm gonna like suddenly switch them like on the board. But I mean, I won't blame you if you think that that Thompson like at this point maybe should be higher. I'm a little bit like let's wait a little bit more. Like Miller didn't play a lot last season, and he showed me some promise. So yeah, hopefully this year the Bulls get a nice pick. Hey, we're hoping, man. God, bro, there's so many guys at the top of the draft this upcoming draft, man. I'm like, oh god, if we just get one of these guys, that'd be great. But all right, y'all. I have talked for enough. It is almost 2 a.m. for where I'm at. And unfortunately, I do have something in the morning here, but it's nothing too important. So, I do have to go ahead and end stream though. But I wanted to make sure that this was a long one tonight, as it's opening night for us, right? It's NBA's back. There's always a lot to talk about. So I sincerely appreciate all of you for sticking around and sticking around in the stream and everything. This has been honestly like the preseason streams and this stream, like they've been all bangers. I thoroughly enjoyed all these streams so far, and so I hope you guys have enjoyed the streams as well. I hope you guys are also enjoying the content. I've been doing more videos, and I've done articles and everything. So hope you guys are enjoying the content and everything. And we're gonna continue doing it this season, man. So I'm looking forward to continuing the content throughout the season. If you have not hit the like button to stream, please do. Helps me out a lot. I sincerely appreciate it. Bulls take on the Orlando Magic on Saturday. So typical post-game stream. So no pre-game stream, by the way. The pre-game stream. The pre-game stream is not going to be a consistent thing. That was just for opening night. So post-game stream though, 8:30 p.m. Central Time for us, or around whenever the game ends, and we will see who ends up coming out in this one. This is going to be definitely an interesting matchup to see. I believe the Magic though are back-to-back. They are. So good opportunity for the Bulls to go 2-0, honestly. Try to get this win, but we'll see how it ends up working out. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Matt. I so appreciate you guys tuning into the late night stuff here, and keeping the chat alive. It means a lot. So really, I do appreciate it. I'll be seeing you guys in the next stream on Saturday. So I'll see you guys after the Bulls take on the Magic. But with that, peace out. Be safe. NBA's back, so we're all happy. So I'm glad that it's back. But thank you guys so much. I'll see you Saturday. Peace.